Why, hello there, ladies, gentlemen, and friends from beyond the binary, and welcome to our large free company home. That's right. That's right, we're cooking. Look at us. Hello, Andy. Hope you're feeling better today. I'm feeling better. Yeah, we're about 90%, I'd say, Clive. I've got a little bit of residual throat pain, but we're good. We're good. Loot Hammer, hello. The Burrito Blade, hello there. Spacebar, Dark Knight of Anime. Rogue Fighter, Mireille, Pie, Kurtzmack. I don't mean to alarm you, but there's a shark on your house. Well, that's not good. We should look into that. Sorley, hello. Yang, hello. Sandwich, welcome on in. Let me scroll up. Hello there, Risque. Hello there, Bye. Hello there, Luke Guru. Hello, Raylex. Hello, Beard. Welcome. Andy is back to FF14 stuff. Time to emerge from hibernation. Beard, welcome on in. Hiss, hello there. Meg, welcome. Sandwich, hello. Crit, hello. Clivey Bear, welcome on in. Risque View, Misidentified Lemon. I can't believe that they named the next expansion after me under my blanket. EVERCOLD. EVERCOLD. We'll have a good old chat and debrief about all things EVERCOLD soon enough. We'll do some theory crafting. We'll watch the cinematic trailer, of course. I cannot wait to dive into it all with you. So, yeah, buckle on in. I do have all of my Encyclopedia Eorzeas ready to go, should there be pertinent information inside of them. Relevant, of course, to what we're looking at. But, yeah. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. It's not Meracedia. That much I can gather. But I will persevere. I'll persevere. I'll brush it off for the time being. I'll wait another 3 years. Zanail, hello there. Welcome. Sandwich, hello again. Kima, Meg, Dirthon, Fatty Boomsticks, Ozetta, Nikki5, welcome on in, everybody. Inevitable Choice, hello. Ike, hello. June, welcome on in. Sorley, Mazira, Meg, Lazeria. Hi, Andy. How are you doing? I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. I did wake up with an incredibly sore throat, and I thought, oh, God, you're kidding me. Is there no escape? But as the day has gone on, it has improved. So I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty damned good, all things considered. Andy hates Rimworld now. That's true, sure. Greybeard, welcome. How are you today? Shadowclaw, hello. Lizzie, hello. Sapphic Music, welcome. Prezea Diamond, hello. Prezea, welcome. Lena, hello. Jesse Highwind, welcome on in. Isadoriana, Lissa Little Bear, Ambrew, Amy Louise, 593, the lovely V6 Sonoma, Sophie P, Kale 001, Deswazen Yev. I probably butchered that again, but welcome on in. How are you today? Yang, hello. Howdy. Looks like we're back in FF14 land. Indeed we are, Yang. Indeed we are. I'm very much looking forward to, again, diving into Fanfest, because I am clueless as to what happened. All I have seen, and it's unavoidable, are thumbnails and YouTube titles. I even linked one in the Discord the other day, which was a Preach video, and I'm sort of paraphrasing here, but his video was titled FF14 EVERCOLD promises to change MMOs as we know them. So I can only imagine, because of such a hyperbolic phrase, that there was some pretty big announcements at Fanfest. So I'm curious to see what has earned such a title. So yeah, looking forward to that. Hello, Andy. I hope you're feeling better. Thank you again, Clive. I'm doing well. Raylex, hello. Sukiko Baka, hello, welcome. How are you? Hopefully you're well. Wolfair, hello. Lovely to see you. It's been a while. Rack785, welcome on in, Rack. Good to see you. Dragon, hello. Furioso, welcome on in. Lewis McKenzie, hello. Will we see your trailer reactions? No, you're going to see some reactions. You're going to see some reactions today. quite a few. Are you fully blind, or did you get some details spoiled? I have no idea as to what to expect from the Fanfest stuff. No. So yeah. I literally know nothing. Even the thumbnails I've seen on YouTube haven't been spoilery. They've just been the same as my thumbnail, really. The Reaper. So, yeah. Anyway. Oh man, it's been so long since I've seen Andy play 14. I forgot this is how I found my favorite Warframe streamer.
Your family and chat are all doing well and did love.
Skull, thank you very much for the 30 months. Prime. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for the 2.5 years of support, buddy. Hopefully you are doing well. Thank you very much for the continued support. Thanks, man. Anipul, hello there. Welcome. Taylor Webb, thank you for finding me from FF14 to then go on to watch me enjoy Warframe. Lovely to see you today, Taylor. Hopefully you're well. Nith C, hello Nith, welcome. Good to see you. Umzi, hello. So excited, you and me both. I've been absorbing various theories like a sponge. Well, I'm looking forward to hopefully being able to share some... I mean, honestly, it's unlikely that I'm going to come up with any original theory, but we'll see what we can conjure up. We might be able to do some cooking. Of course, we do have... There it is. NA Fanfest and EVERCOLD over in the Obsidian Vault, ready to go. And that will hopefully, by the end of today, be full of some very exciting
Reiki has tipped £100. Oi, do something nice for yourself and the fam.
Okay. Ike, thank you very much, sincerely. Thanks, buddy. Well, if you can believe it, we're trying to find a really cheap mud kitchen for our son to play in. It's something you put out in your garden and stuff like that. Ike, I will use that in order to purchase my son a mud kitchen, if you don't mind. And that will give us a lot of fun over the summer. So stay tuned, Ike. I will use that for good purposes. Thank you. Can we please get some love and chat for the lovely, the wonderful, the Ike, with the tremendously generous £100 tip. Thank you, Ike. Hopefully I can repay such generosity with some good fun today, and hopefully a little bit of theory crafting to tie everything together. So buckle on in. It's huge. It really? Okay. I'm excited. I really am. Like, I can't tell you. I'm buzzing. I'm absolutely buzzing. Dine, thank you for the 250 bits. Today is mine and Feifikin's 10-year wedding anniversary. Wow, Dine, congratulations to the both of you on 10 years. Massive congratulations. I'm over the moon for you. Get in here, Dazanail. Get in here. It is time. 34 months at tier 3. Thank you, Zanail. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. Dine again, congrats on 10 years. And thank you, Anonymous, for the gift sub to one sassy Moogle, ... Kupo. I was going to say, for those of you who missed it in the Discord, the lovely Dine and Fifeykins shared some stickers at Fanfest. Those stickers being, me pointing. So if you're interested, do check out the Discord and see if you can find the pictures Dine shared. Yeah, quite surreal, I'll be honest with you, Dine, seeing you walk around with me at Fanfest. I'm glad that despite me not being able to be there in person, I was there in some shape or form. So thank you for that, Dine. Thank you for bringing me along and sharing me with people? Question mark? I don't know. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Anyway, sorry, I'm so waylaid here. I've missed so many messages. Hi, Andy. How are you? Seventam, I'm doing good. How are you? Welcome on in. Good to see you. Dark Knight of Anime, hello again. EVERCOLD
has tipped £10. £10 for a 10 out of 10 keynote. Hold tight to your seat, Andy.
It's that good? Really? Okay, well, I do have it ready to go. I've got it ready to go. I'm excited. So, yeah. My encyclopedia has been out for the whole last week in the 7.5 and live letter chat rooms digging through info. It's a good time to own them. Nice. Nice. Hell yeah. Cool. Make a stay. Thank you for the £2.50. June, thank you sincerely for the very generous £10. Thank you, June. I'm so strapped in. I'm ready to go. Wait, Andy doesn't hate FF14.
Stop right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
While my face didn't react, my heart definitely did. Gremlock, come on, man. Come on. Please. There, oh dear. I bet it was the mysterious glowing orb in the sky that has appeared over the last few days. Anyone figured out what that is, by the way? It's unnerving. I've got no idea what you're talking about. Hopefully one day we will get a new War Old Peace, the Murmur Alliance Raid Trio. Could you imagine if Warframe did collaborate with 14?
Claret has tipped £10. Andy, please, I have to go soon. Here, toss this in the mud.
We'll watch it in a second, Kima. I'm saying hello to everybody. Kima, thank you very much for the very generous £10. I appreciate it. Thank you. And yeah, I did get spoiled on the expansion title because I was watching the Warframe dev stream to record and upload to the YouTube. And at the very beginning of the dev stream, Reb Ford, aka Rebecca Ford, aka
Stop right there.
oh my! Stop it, Clive!
It's the law on my watch.
Stop! That's enough. Stop it. Creative director over at Warframe just drops the ball and says EVERCOLD out loud, and in that moment my heart sank because EVERCOLD does not match up to what I would have believed to be a Meracedia expansion. So in that moment I knew the truth. I knew what had happened. So yeah, but we'll have a proper watch along in just a second. We'll do a debrief. We'll probably rewatch the trailer a few times, make some notes, do some theory crafting, and then we'll dive into the panels. And oh, it's gonna be a whole day of it. So buckle in, get a Pepsi, get snacks, get a notepad and pen if you want to make notes at home. Oh my God, I'm so excited. How much of the keynote have you seen? 0. Nil point. None. I was trying to think of other languages. How do you say 0 in German?
Has tipped
9.
£15.
No, that's no.
Getting this to you before you start one of the best keynotes we've had in a long time.
Really?
Glad you are feeling better, and as always, I'm cheering you on.
I'm cheering you on. Oh, come on.
Breaks the law on my watch.
Lemon, can't we just have a nice moment? Muse, thank you very much for the £15. I'm almost suspicious about how universally loved this keynote is. Aren't NA Fanfests meant to be like the ultimate tease, like a little bit of ankle? It's like, oh, I see you got something there. Want to show me more? And it's like, no, come back for the EU Fanfest. What do you mean? The NA Fanfest had meat on the bone. Like, what's going on here? I'm so surprised. Who's straight up transing Brian's gender? because of, I like that, Lemon. I like that read on it. Anyway, sorry. Arkless Wonder, good morning. Welcome. Danger Twink, good morning. I'm excited to welcome on in. Tok Yang, hello there. I really want to get into this game years ago until now. It just thought I'd get overwhelmed with it, and it's paid content. I don't know how to start it. Well, Tok Yang. The thing is, yeah, compared to when you played it many years ago, there is now a free trial. So you can play the game. Soon you'll be able to play the game up until the end of Shadowbringers totally for free. I don't know when that is coming into effect, but I am aware that Shadowbringers is being brought into the fold. That's something I picked up on Discord. I'm guessing that's announced in the, the panels. So yeah, plenty of content there to enjoy for free. As to how to get into it, I mean, it's different strokes for different folks. If you're unfamiliar with an MMORPG, it's probably going to be a bit of a learning curve. It really depends on who you are as a person, who you are as a gamer. But yeah, I would just say give it a go and treat it as a slow burn and really appreciate and immerse yourself in the world around you. And no doubt, each and every step of the way, the more immersed you find yourself, the more you'll enjoy the experience overall. So, yeah. Give me a single minute to get my coffee cup.
Safik has tipped £10. Wombat poop is cube-shaped.
Is that true? Wombat
Crimson
poo.
KMR gifted a tier 1 sub to Davos.
Yeah.
They have given 109 gift subs in the channel.
Yeah, wombat shit is square.
I can't believe we're finally fighting the Lich King in Final Fantasy XIV.
Ugh. Don't get my hopes up. I'm kidding. Spellbound, could you imagine? Could you imagine? Thank you very much, Spellbound, for the £5. Kevin, thank you for gifting a sub. To Dave Startup, Sapphic Music, thank you for the very generous £10 tip. And I can see the lovely Vernacular Ham has become a member over on the YouTube. Ham, get yourself in here, buddy. It is lovely to see you. I loved watching the panels live with a bunch of nerds on the same wavelength as me. It was a balm. Fatty Boomsticks, I've no doubt in my mind it would have been. That's how I felt when I went to BlizzCon that one year. Just to be around people who shared the same passion and love that I did is something I've never felt before. And it's something which is going to be unique to conventions, specifically around one game. You can go to these more general conventions, and yeah, you'll be around other gamers. But going to something like Fanfest, where you are in a room full of people who have gone on the same emotional journey you have, pending they've done the MSQ, right? Lizeria! Hey! Thank you for the 5 gifted to Lunatic Purple, Final Fanta 95, Sushi Grade, and Shulked. Welcome on in, courtesy of Lizeria. But yeah, to be in a room full of people who have gone through those emotional highs and lows, and, to have such a love for the game, that you would fly to this location to go into a hall and watch trailers with people. I don't know. It's a very special thing. I'd love to go to a FanFest one year, but yeah. I'm glad I missed out on the one in London, because that would have been so easy for me to have gotten to, but yeah, that's by the by. That's by the by. It's already out, I'm pretty sure. Not soon. Oh, it's now? You can play through Shadowbringers on the free trial now? Now?
Benito's Lair has tipped £25.
That's insane.
The keynote alone was 2 hours long. Chop chop.
Well, if you stopped supporting me with such generosity, Ben, I'd be watching it by now. Ben, thank you very much for the very generous 25. Ben, thank you very much. Sorry about this Clive trying to steal your thunder here. No, we're going to ignore Clive for a second. Ben, thank you very much for the very generous £25. I appreciate that. And much like what was mentioned earlier by Kima, that will hopefully go towards treating my son to something. He deserves it. He's amazing. So thank you, Ben. Clive, thank you for the 10 gifted to Zvia, Yemi, Jeventire, Aritums, The Cured Man, Silver, Kepri95, Cellar12, Iron 8127, and Yamiriu. Welcome on in. And Ham for the $9.99 super chat. Just a reminder, the Warframe FF14 crossover player base is real. Also, hope you enjoy the trailer. Thank you, Ham. Yeah, I think Warframe and 14 might have there's potential there. I would say. I don't know how it would work, but I reckon they could do something with it.
Save the idle chatter for later and keep moving.
I'm trying my best to read. Clive, give me a break. Milu, thank you for welcoming on in. Astral Dart, Kiki, Sesame, Starlin, Author Crow, and Sunny Ting. Crater Gaming, hello. Danger Twink, hello again. Asik, hello. The Mac, hello there. Welcome on in. It is lovely to see you. Silpha, hello. Donington, hello. Mirai, hello. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm caught up. Oh! shiny alpha? Whoa! I've not seen that in what feels like heckin' years. Hell yeah, Fythekins, thank you very much, and congratulations on your 10-year wedding anniversary. I don't think I've even seen it before. I've never seen that. Yeah, it's rare. It's rare. We have a shiny alpha alert, and that's the one. There it is. Anyway, I'm pausing alerts. If you want to be generous, the opportunity is gone. You can no longer be generous to me. Well, you can, but it won't appear on screen. So, where do I begin? By having a drink, and then we'll watch the beginning of the trailer together. Are you ready? Mireille, you let me know. Armo, hello, how are you today? Okay. Just watch the keynote. It has the trailer. What, you mean this? $14, $13, $12, $11, $10, $9, $8, $7, $6, $5, $4, $3, $2, $1. Does it go straight into the trailer? Oh my god. Hold fast to what you must and meet your fate without fear. Go forth, discover, unite the stars unto one. Let none by your... Is this ASEAN propaganda? Unite the stars unto one? Hold up.
One more time. It's my favorite story.
Are we the bad guys now?
Oh, you know it better than me by now. But if you insist.
Yes! All right, I'm ready. Tell me about the promised land.
Long, long ago, in a time few yet recall,
what was that?
life prospered, for the world was rich in plenty. Majestic trees stood sentinel over lands without end.
Oh, the animation is...
From towering peaks sprang rivers, flowing into and feeding great seas. And noble kingdoms flourished, wanting for naught.
Is this FF16? Come on! Come on! Here we go! Woo! Come on! Woo! That's my boy! Why is the audio so...
But then came the relentless ice. The world grew cold.
Was it like this on the live stream?
Men succumbed to bitter sorrow. And as we struggled to survive, they marched, and all was lost. We had no choice but to flee to the sky.
atmosphere, the visuals.
Then what happened? The land below became a frozen.
It is ticking every box.
But everything changed when they arrived.
The traveler. The one from the sky.
Aye, though in those days, we knew them as... Wanderer.
I mean, come on. Oh, that's sick. Honestly, I mean, it's not even the full trailer, right? This is part one of what will be the full cinematic. And already it's, I don't know, it's like not just peak Final Fantasy XIV, but I think it taps into what makes Final Fantasy as a franchise so special. And it's that sort of mysticism, it's the unknown, it's the tangible, the grounded in something which we can somewhat relate to, but they then do their own little spin on it, right? Let's talk about the dropkick. We're going to watch it again. We're going to watch it again. Give me a sec. What I will do, I'm going to go get the trailer up without all the noise dampening. Give me one moment. We're going to go through it again, and then we're going to make notes. Okay, we're going to pause. You're going to do some bits and pieces. So, come with me. Here we go. Round two. Round two. So we're witnessing the sundering, right? This is the sundering. The cinematic begins as we watch Vanar sunder. Woo! How sick is this? Can anyone spot the distant metropolis? I think, is that it there? No. Curious that the first thing that we see post-sundering is Azem's crystal. Also, I love that we've got these overlaid lines across the reflections, much like what we see on the floor of the Oculus. Hold fast to what you must to meet your fate without fear. Like, look in the top left-hand corner, you've got the dome over there. Okay. We'll do a watch through like this, and then we'll probably make notes after, or I'll try and make notes intermittently. But curious how these both come together. The key, which here has been removed completely from its encapsulation that we see it in during the events of Dawn Trail. Go forth, discover, unite the stars unto one. And we watch that as they sort of begin to cycle around one another, all of the reflections go back into the source. Again, Asian propaganda? What's going on here? We don't want to do that. That is... Seeing that? Are you talking to yourself, or is it... what's happening? Sorry? I'm in multi-chat. Are people being deleted? What's happening? And he fighting his greatest foe? I'm not even reading chat. No offense to you guys. You might be saying anything and everything. I'm mainly theorizing to myself. No, you're okay. You're okay. I'm just sort of out loud pontificating. He hates us. It's true. True. Isn't that cool that you see Azem's crystal there? And it's only for a split second. That's such a cool little detail. Cute.
One more time. It's my favorite story.
Square Enix. I love how they hide their logo in the cinematic trailers.
Oh, you know it better than me by now.
I love how he never answered his. I said I was doing it out loud to myself. Me! I'm not theorizing with you. I'm not reading chat. Any more questions? Can I go yet? I'm good. Okay. Sorry, yes. Sorry. I should have answered you. What's your favorite smell? Mericidia.
But if you insist.
So we've got an old cat lady. You can tell by the fluffy tail. Who is the old cat lady? That's the question. Who's the old cat? What's going on?
Yes! All right, I'm ready. Tell me about the promised land.
Long ago.
And then we've got this tapestry with what appears to be... How like this? This is not related to Mericidia, even though it's clearly some sort of world tree, right? You know we're talking about, a little world tree. So let's let it zoom in a little bit more. You can see some additional detailing around the edges of this tree. There's lightning bolts, there's rain, there's birds, there's a moon, there's like a Viking longship as well at the top there. Very Norse, isn't it? Which, isn't that like the ultimate rub? That this all feels so Norse? Which I have been theorizing as like a Mericidia thing. And it's got all of that, but no Mericidia. Like it's like the ultimate slap around the face.
Time few yet recall. Life prospered, for the world was rich in plenty. Majestic trees stood sentinel over lands without end. From towering peaks sprang rivers, flowing into and feeding great seas. And noble kingdoms flourished, wanting for naught.
Just trying to look at some of the background detail. Like, look at these. Admittedly, I know you can see them. Some of the details over here. The architecture. And what exactly it might look like when we go here. Like, which reflection is this? I don't know off the top of my head. Will it? I don't know if it'll tell me in here. Which book would it be in? Probably not. Probably not number one. I'll look into it in a second. Cool looking enemies, right? Woo! Some sort of sky island being harassed by these automaton creatures.
But then came the relentless ice. The world grew cold.
Just trying to look at some of the details on the tapestry.
And still, men succumbed to bitter sorrow. And as we struggle to survive.
So pay attention. That giant had a crystal in its chest, enwreathed in some sort of blue light. And I'm pretty sure when I first looked at this, they all had different colored lights in their chests. So we've got blue,
And all was lost.
green, yellow, orange, red.
But to flee to the sky.
No choice but to flee to the skies. And then we see this crystalline treetop. I mean, just that is alone such a statement, isn't it? Aura supremacy. Having rocked these horns, admittedly mine are white, not black, but still, to see these horns in a cinematic, like, that's exciting. That's so cool. So she is praying, presumably to that tree. And then, boom. Where does she go? And behind her, we have this. Oh! How many eyes does he have? One. I can't think of any Norse character with one eye. Nah. Nope.
Then what happened?
The land below became a frozen waste. But everything changed when they arrived.
Now this is okay, this is the bit which threw me in the first watch. When they arrived.
The traveler. The one from the sky.
Aye, though in those days we knew them as far wanderer.
So, who is this? Is this us? Or is this supposed to be a Zem of yesteryear? Because if we're like, depending on when exactly this cinematic takes place, the child says this is their favorite story. You've got this aged Makote, or whatever the Makote will be known as on this reflection, regaling the child with this tale of old, of how the far wanderer came. But if this is in the past, then we can only assume that it's not us, and this is a Zem. It could be misdirection. It could be. It could be. Who knows? In my opinion, it's a placeholder for when they announce the real canon job. You reckon? I think, really? I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. You might be right. You might be right. But to me, there's a lot that's gone into this in particular. Like, what are they riding on? Is it some sort of, like, airship blimp? Far wanderer. And what are they going towards as well? There's a light in the clouds, but what exactly is in there? What's their destination? Some sort of rift? I don't know. I don't know. Don't forget they literally rendered the Warrior of Light with invisible swords. I do think there's a big difference between the sword thing and fully modeling. I mean, it might be. It might be one big bit of misdirection. And if it is, sure. Sure thing. I'd love for the Reaper to be our sort of canon job of this expansion. I do like a Reaper. So, yeah. You get a bit of a clearer view there of what kind of airship we're on. You can see we're on like the top of whatever this thing is. And it appears to be a similar type of structure to the kind of stuff that we saw on that reflection, right? It's the airship fight from FF10, the Riz mark. God, Gremlock. The Riz marker. Looks like stone. Interesting, because I think that, yeah, I see that. But then here, I mean, yeah, I guess it does look like stone. Yeah, you can see the connective plates here, can't you? Where it all connects into one thing. Yeah, okay. I mean, just visually, like, look at that! That's a wallpaper! Look how sick that looks!
Wanderer.
And we haven't even taken a moment. Recency bias, most likely, but that right there might be my favorite expansion image ever. I don't know what it is, but something about that aura, it just it hits. I don't know what it is. I think it's the Amano eye. Do you know what I mean? Like the way Amano draws eyes. I don't know. Is that weird? She looks so cool. Like, who is she? Who is she? Anyway. You are born in winter. It's home tomorrow night. Yeah, I'm glad you remembered. Glad you remembered. Could it be like the Endwalker trailer where we save Alasay, but in the story it's Graha that can do that? There it could be Zero. If I will eat my proverbial hat if this is meant to be Zero. Not to disparage any theory crafting, but I'd be, yeah, that feels highly unlikely to me. I don't know. It has no reason to be Zero. Zero's arc happened, right? Like Zero has done her thing. We've seen what Zero's been getting up to on the 13th. Why? I don't know why they're trying to shoehorn Zero into EVERCOLD. So, yeah. Difference being in that case, we and Graha were the same job. Anyway, you guys keep chatting. What I'm going to do, I'm going to watch bits back and make some notes if that's cool. Oh, where have I gone? Why is my camera now big? How have I done that? There we go. Oh, there's a button I've got on my Stream Deck that does that. Why? Why? I don't know why that exists. Anyway, sorry. I'm gonna try and make notes as we watch this time. So, EVERCOLD cinematic. I won't. EVERCOLD cinematic. I'm struggling to type today. Cinematic trailer, right. So the fact that it opens with the sundering. Oh my god. That's sick. Hold fast to what you must and meet your fate without fear. I cannot wait to learn more about the key and the significance that the key has to us, Azem's crystal. Like, what is it about the key? Like this image right here, if I had seen this a week ago, a month ago, a year ago, like, no matter when I saw it, this would make my head explode. Just seeing the reflections, Azem's crystal, the key, like, this is just everything I could have wanted. It's amazing to see it. But yes, so I'll quickly make a note. So we begin by witnessing Vanar's sundering of the source, cutting over to the reflections before Azem's crystal and the key begin to spiral around one another. Is there anything we can, like, spot in any of the imagery here that's hidden, like a hidden detail? Not that I can see. You can kind of spot land masses on each of the different reflections, but it's so, like, there's nothing there, is what I'm trying to say. Like, you can see little bits, but nothing worth theorizing over. Go forth, discover, unite the stars under one. Oh, I've gone to the US layout somehow. Hold on. There you go. Go forth, discover, unite the stars unto one. Now, my question is, who said these words? ... question mark. Could this be some sort of prophetic message given to us by Azem themselves? Go forth, discover, unite the stars unto one. But of course, when the Ascians were trying to unite the stars unto one, they were doing so via rejoinings, these cataclysmic, apocalyptic scenarios which would, lead to the eradication of all life on each reflection. Whereas I'm guessing what we'll be doing is doing it in a more friendly manner. Maybe via bridging the gap between each of the reflections, between, across the rift, which separates them all. Admittedly, this cinematic here shows them all colliding into the source as we watch the key and Azem's crystal continue to spiral around one another. Let none bar your path. I'll put that in here as well. Let none bar your path. It almost feels like a directive. Do you know what I mean? Like, as if maybe this is something that will happen in 7.5 or 7.55. Who knows? But to me, it makes me wonder. I thought you'd like to know the keynote, including trailer, is over 2 hours long. I do not wish to rush you, but if you want to cover more than just the keynote, you may need to do the detailed note-taking another time. Do you guys want the detailed note-taking, or do you just want a vanilla reaction? We can just react. Because that's like, I've seen a few people say it's long. I'd rather just do this, and then if we can cut through later, is what I'm thinking. Note taking? Okay, cool. Let's keep going.
One more time. It's my favorite story.
One more time, it's my favorite story.
Oh, you know it better than me by now. But if you insist.
I'll get a picture of these two, because again, I'm curious to know who this may or may not be. This Makote. Because we don't see another Makote in the entirety of the trailer. It seems like most of the citizens or denizens of this reflection which we see are Aura. So here we have an elderly Makote alongside a young Aura. Who could she be if she is anybody important? Question mark. Okay.
Yes! All right, I'm ready. Tell me about the promised land.
Preach thinks that's a red herring tale? You can kind of see the nose is a little cat-like as well. And there does appear to be little nubs in the hood, which would bespeak ears.
Long ago.
Okay, so this is probably one of the most striking visuals that I think the trailer has in terms of just like theory crafting potential. So let's bring this over to here. So we've got this image of this tree, right? And it's bigger here, so we'll look here first. So this image, we can see what appears to be a rather magnificent tree, and I would describe this as probably being a world tree of sorts. And the reason I would go as far as to describe it as a world tree, one, we've got the Norse implications which we've seen throughout the trailer, but also it reminds me quite a lot of the general appearance that we see in the world tree at the end of, I don't remember the name of the specific wing in the dungeon. It's at the end of the Dead Ends. But I don't remember the name of the particular reflection we're on. Or planet that we're on, sorry. But it's a very similar sort of like wide tree, and they do describe that as a world tree. Anyway, branches. How many branches do we have? Any relevance there? 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, I don't think there's any relevance to the amount of branches. There might be, but I'm not seeing it myself.
In a time few yet recall.
In a time few yet recall. So we are going back a long time ago. Right. And something that I guess we can begin to, I think it's in Encyclopedia Eorzea 3. Bear with me. I think it's in here where it talks about the reflections. Devastated by the flood of light, rejoined in the third umbral, fire, earth. So the sixth is the one that was rejoined in the fifth umbral calamity. But this doesn't appear to be a rejoined shard, because if it were a rejoined shard, it wouldn't still exist. It appears that it was going in that direction, but didn't quite happen. So whichever Ascian was in charge of this reflection was clearly doing their job well enough, but not to the point of it actually, surmounting in this rejoining. So, we've got the source, we've got the 4th, we've got the 8th, the 9th, the 11th, and that's it, apart from, of course, the 1st and the 13th. So our options would be the 4th, the 8th, or the 11th. I don't think we have any information regarding what kind of element they each may have been dealing with. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Anyway.
Life prospered, for the world was rich in plenty. Majestic trees stood sentinel over lands without end.
Just wanted to get a close-up of the building. I mean, even the design of the architecture it just feels so Norse, doesn't it? With the pitched roofs and then that angled front.
From towering peaks sprang rivers, flowing into and feeding great seas.
And I mean, this just reminds me of FF16. In a good way. I loved FF16.
And noble kingdoms flourished, wanting for naught.
She says, where noble kingdoms flourished, wanting for naught. So I wonder if there are multiple of whatever these are on this specific shard. And and that these served as these bountiful locations? Or were these pillars holding aloft wherever it was above the surface?
And noble kingdoms flourished, wanting for naught.
What is this, like, stone gargoyle at the bottom? Do you see that? This thing here? What do you reckon that's meant to be? You can see the nostrils of whatever creature it is. The eye there, the mouth obviously spurting forth the water. Snake, dragon, little rock dude. I like little rock dude. A dragon. Here be dragons. Interesting that there's water coming out of it when it looks frozen. I think more than that, it's the discrepancy in terms of the age of it, right? Like you've got this iced or like icy crystal, but then this gargoyle-looking-esque thing down here is laden in moss. And it's just like the juxtaposition of what looks like these two very different architectural styles. Looks strange, doesn't it? In a good way. More details on that statue later in the keynote? You're kidding. I almost don't believe you, but I'm excited. I'm excited to see if there is going to be some more information. Hold on. Sorry, I'm being an arsehole here. I didn't get a picture of this. I want to get a picture of the this thing as it sprouted forth. There we go. I'll take pictures now and we'll make the notes after. I think that's going to be easier. So let's go drop that in here. Picture of that. Continue.
And noble kingdoms flourished, wanting for naught.
Noble kingdoms flourished. Sorry. We just appear out of a golden light here. Is this us utilizing the key, do you think? Is this going to be how we arrive on this reflection, do you think? You can even see behind us. Look, you can see a sigil in the sky. This bit here, right? That clearly shows the edge of the portal we've just jumped out of. And does this not, to a degree, remind you of a similar motif and styling that we see when we summon our allies using a Zem's crystal? Which has me thinking that this is probably just going to be something that we do with the key, right? Yeah. I've not played 7.5 yet. No, we're doing that next Thursday. And there, you can see more behind of what looks like the portal. I mean, if the expansion begins with us arriving on a new reflection with Estinian and Alphino, I mean, it's basically Heaven's Ward 2.0, isn't it? And what are these then? These are proper funky looking enemies. With all like little swirl motifs on their bodies. Paste that in there. Okay, keep going. That won't get old. Did I just see... Hold on. It looked to me like these are actually stone, and instead they're like tentacles? Did you see that? Yeah, look. That's kind of gross. That's kind of gross. Okay. So, yeah. Those are tentacles. I mean, when you look at it, you can kind of sort of see that. Tentacle arms. What? Okay, keep going.
But then came the relentless ice.
The relentless ice.
The world grew cold.
The world grew cold.
Cold and still.
Cold and
Men
still.
succumbed to bitter sorrow. And as we struggle to survive,
And then this is our first glimpse at one of these giants. With these hollowed out crystalline chests. Each of which, again, has a different color. This one has a blue chest cavity. And the others... hold on, I'm trying to get a picture. The others... I think we saw orange. We saw... green. I don't remember what the other one is. Anyway, let's keep going. I don't know if there's any visual differences between them.
they marched, and all was lost.
Yeah, they all do look quite different, right? So this one here with the large ears, with the green chest. Again, we'll get the pictures. We'll take some photos in a minute. Or no, take the photos now. Make notes in a minute. So there's that one.
We had no choice but to flee to the sky.
We had no choice but to flee to the sky. So in this moment, I think we're... let me just go back to this cutscene here.
We had no choice but to flee to the sky.
Because that it throws me here, because it makes it look like... Obviously, this is the planet's surface, right? And there are these giants running amok. But then we pan upwards through the felt sky.
We had no choice but to flee to the sky.
But then this still feels like we're on the ground level. And then we've got this guy. I mean, look here. You've even got... What do you do? It's like a Celtic knot type styling. We've got this guy who very clearly feels like an analogy for Odin, given he has one eye. Get a picture of you. Hold on. For some reason, my snipping tool does not want to play ball. There you go. I love that Yoshi P thought that the Norse themes were subtle. Shining eye? All our eyes shine anyway. I don't think that's necessarily... Like, that's not a point, I would say. Your limbal ring can glow like a flashlight. Maybe in this instance it does mean something more, but I think the more pertinent piece of information is he only has one. And considering all of the Norse imagery we see, being able to maybe draw a relation between him and Odin is a more interesting line to follow. So he looks up at the crystalline tree.
And then what happened?
The land below became a frozen waste. Everything changed when they arrived.
The traveler. The one from the sky.
Aye, though in those days, we knew them as... Far Wanderer.
That's gonna be a real rub. I don't know if I can figure out what's going on there. Is the Far Wanderer us? Is it a Zem? I don't know. I don't know. They conveniently obscure the eye with our scar. Maybe like Odin, he gave up the eye for knowledge. But yeah, potentially. Everything changed when they arrived. Did we arrive there before? As them? Doesn't the timeline mean it can't be a Zem? Well, yes, no. I find it hard to say, to be honest. It could be a shard of Azems like ours, you know, our own shard, I suppose. Someone who possesses a fragment of Azem's soul. Could it somehow be a Zem who is able to travel into the future and then come back again? Who knows? It's not post-sundering, face. We're not. Yes, we're post-sundering. Yes, sorry, you are right. Yes, we are post-sundering. Does that mean that a Zem can't be here? There's no rationale to believe that there's no way for a Zem to have somehow come here and done something. So, yeah. Face, you're backseating a little bit with knowledge that's probably going to come down later. So, I'm just saying, be careful because, yeah. A Zem was sundered, yes. When the sundering comment was made, I thought you meant rejoining. Apologies. I'm going to go back now. Let me get a picture of this. I misinterpreted. You're okay. Picture of this. Right. Bring this over here. So what I'm trying to get at is... how do I word this without it sounding completely insane? Could they do a time jump on a reflection? We go, then leave, but return a little later for us and a lot longer for them. Azem was sundered. As a lot of people have headcanoned who their Azems are with personalities, I hope they don't ever show us the true Azem in the game. Well, I'm rabid for any to read my comment. I think a lot of people are. I'm really sorry. I will catch up on chat in a second. This is mega overwhelming if you couldn't tell. Hold on. I cannot see your comment, I'm afraid. Can you post it again, please? I have a wild idea about the Ascian propaganda. What if the Ascians, following Azem's departure, recruited a shard of Azem as a replacement? For what is this? Sorry, Judge. What's happening here? For the travel and reunite the stars. Elaborate on it a little bit more to help me understand what you mean, Judge. Because I'm a bit lost. That isn't to say you're wrong. I just don't know what you're trying to say. Yeah. Got one guide? I'm not getting one guide. I am a little bit, but it's okay. Right. So where do we go with this? Where do we go? Let's go back to the notes and let's do some stuff. Let me get the game audio back. So we've got some music to keep us company. Right, so here we have an elderly Makote alongside a young Aura. Who could she be if she is anybody, I can't read. If she is anybody important. She does know the history, the storied history of this particular shard. Was she there for the goings on of these events Or is this something which she has inherited? Or is this story something which she has inherited? ... Question mark. I almost feel like there's got to be some importance to her because of, I don't know, she just has like an important air to her, right? Coming down here, we do then have this image of a world tree of sorts, which we don't really see again unless what we see here is what is represented later on with the peak, which I didn't actually get a picture of. So let me go and grab that now, actually. Whatever this is. And I'm guessing this is going to be something important because we do see this in the EVERCOLD. There you go. We do see this in the EVERCOLD image here, right? So whatever that is that she is praying to in the cinematic must have some relevance for it to be appearing in the actual key title card. But what is it exactly? Is it just some sort of crystalline tree? As you can see, like in the image there of the logo, it looks far more resplendent than it does actually in the cinematic. Who knows? But I would say you can see in that image in particular the roots which go into the ground. So I don't think this is necessarily the top of the tree. I think this is some sort of tree. But that's by the by. So, God, where do I even want to begin with note-taking here? Where do I want to begin with note-taking? We've got the images. Let's just go down here and make some large ones, shall we? So, what we know, ... This is happening on one of the reflections. Either the 4th, 11th, wait, nope, 8th, or the 11th. If it were, I think it was the 6th that was rejoined through ice. Let me double check before I commit to anything. The 6th rejoined in the 5th Umbral Calamity ice. If it were the 6th, which was rejoined during the... I've already forgotten the number. Come to think of it, maybe that's the tree and the white one on the tapestry is just an artistic interpretation and stylistic to make it more fantastical. It may very well be. And that's kind of where I'm leading, or leaning, should I say, the 5th. Okay. During the 5th Umbral Calamity. Nothing should remain. So that does lead me to think that it's probably the 4th, 8th, or the 11th. And as to which one it is going to be kind of hard to deduce at this moment in time. Is EVERCOLD just FF's Fimbulwinter, or however you spell it? Fimbulwinter, and kinda, it may very well be. Is this a frozen tree and the logo has the unfrozen tree? Potentially. That might be it. Just watch my theory just being discarded as soon as I play 7.5. Young Aura with the lady is a male model, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, the young Aura, I see. Nerathos, okay. Sign, I know. Earlier you were pondering if that line was Asian propaganda. That was sarcasm. Not Asian propaganda, sorry. Clearly Andy is missing the link between colored golems and Nail Deus Thanos, which means Bahamut, which clearly means Meracedia. So the point I was going to make about Azem is... How do I word this? Azem was gifted with foresight And we don't exactly know how that foresight came to be. Whether Azem could peer into the future, whether Azem could go into the future, but Azem knew of things to come that would then be, could then inform allies of these things happening, despite them yet to come to pass. One example of that was Azem telling, bear with me here, this is scratching at something I've not thought about in a long time. I'm pretty sure it was Azem who informed Elidibus that we were gonna go back to aid them in... Was it Elidibus? Someone in chat will know. Maybe Ariu is here, will remind me. I'm pretty sure. About a falling star. Yes, thank you. Thank God, yes. I began to doubt myself. I was like, did this happen, or is this a dream I had about Mericidia? Yes. So, I'll make a note of that in here as well. We'll come back to this later. So, Azem had the power of foresight. How exactly does this manifest? Could they peer into the future? Walk amidst or among? How do I word this? How exactly does this manifest? Could they peer into the future? Could they travel into the future? We don't know. Like, we have no answer to that, but we just know that there was the ability for Azem to do that. How does that come about? We don't know. I'm trying to think of other adventures Azem went on. No, it's... I'm trying to think about when we've seen... was it 6.1? When we go to... I forget the dungeon name, but at the end of the dungeon, you turn around. That's irrelevant. I can't be thinking about Azem right now. We just keep moving on. Ignore me and my Azem antics. We're moving forwards. That's the one. Thank you, Zaku. Yeah, that's irrelevant to what we're talking about. So, let me continue. Going back up here. Wild tree, this crystal, whatever these creatures are. Maybe before we go too deep into wondering all of these specifics, yeah, we'll watch the rest of the Fanfest. I'm pretty happy with the notes we've got and the images we've had and some of the stuff we've been able to theorize already, so yeah. Wait, how did we echo the future in Endwalker? Why are you doing this to me, Andy? I keep realizing unanswered questions. Keeper of the Lake, are you talking about what I just mentioned to do with Azem telling Elidibus or Themis of our coming? And no, it could be, we could be following the myth of Ragnarok, which, again, it's, I was doing a lot of, you know, research into Norse myth for the sake of a potential Mericidia expansion, right? And we're getting a lot of this, but we're not on fucking Mericidia. We're on another reflection entirely. But this aura here most definitely is an analogy for Odin. I'd bet my life on that. The one-eyed aura overseeing this transitionary period whereby the denizens of this shard are able to be saved by fleeing to above the surface of the world. I'd laugh if this all takes place above and on the Mericidia landmass or another reflection. Stop. Okay, anyway. That that or Ra is definitely Odin. Okay. I'm leaving it there. Let's watch the rest of the thing, shall we? Because, again, I have been told it's long and I need to watch it. So let me go and get the thing back up. The keynote. There we go. Final Fantasy XIV taking you to the next level? Is it okay? So that must be an omen of things to come. Taking you to the next level. Look at him! I mean, respect. What a way to open.
Hi guys.
Hi.
Thank you for coming and watching today. Welcome to the Final Fantasy XIV Fan Festival 2026 in Anaheim.
He's wearing a What does that mean? A Ritterton t-shirt. Or Ritterton, I don't know how you say his name.
Naoki Yoshida, producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV.
Ritterton, thank you, Zanail.
さあ、
Thank
い
you.
よいよ始まりました。ファイナルファンタジー14ファンフェスティバル2026。ここからはすみません。日本語でお伝えしていくので、頼もしい助っ人を呼びたいと思います。Awesome and super translator Michael Christopher Kosh Fox!
Hey! I've not seen Kate in a while. That was the name, wasn't it? Kate? Does she work for them anymore?
I'm getting too old for this.
I feel like when I was getting into Final Fantasy XIV, it was always Kate.
じゃあ、コウジ、皆さんにご挨拶をお願いします。
Okay, hello everyone.
I don't believe
My name
so.
is
Oh, that's a
Michael
shame.
Christopher Koji Fox, and I'm today going to be the English voice of the Yoshi P.
I need this shirt desperately. Oh my god, look how cool that looks.
さあ、本当に皆さん、たくさんありがとうございます。
Thank you so much.
たくさんありがとうございます。さあ、ファンフェスティバルの幕開け、
We said you needed it.
僕の基調講演からスタートしてまいりたいと思います。
So like we do every festival, we're starting things off with my all-important keynote address.
Here we go. Here we go.
さあ、8.0 エバーコールドのティザートレーラーご覧いただきました。いかがだったでしょうか。
But before that, you got to see the world premiere for our teaser trailer for EVERCOLD. How was it?
That was alright.
Thank you. まあでも、ティザートレーラーだから、わかんないことばっかりだったと思うんですけど、ものすごい、そこで見てたんですけど、ものすごいたくさんのリアクションありがとうございます。
Lukewarm.
I mean, it is
Yeah.
a teaser trailer, so there's a lot you probably didn't understand, but your reaction was great. Thank you so much.
You guys may have spoiled that in the future he comments on the Norse stuff.
いきたいと思います。
All right, so let's
I'm
begin.
keen to
今
hear
月のフィナーレにて完結した
if they
サードの一つ
genuinely
目
thought
ハイ
it
デ
was
リンゾディアク
the
編で
Norse
すが
influences were well
パッチ
hidden.
6.1 からじわじわ進んできたサーガ第2章神なき世界編と言います。
All right, so ever since Endwalker brought a close to the Hydaelyn and Zodiark saga, we've gradually been moving towards our next big storyline,
Okay.
what we're now calling the Godless Realms Saga.
The Godless Realms
今
Saga.
回の8.0エバーコールドからこの第
I
2
like
章の
it.
スターがさらに物語が加速してまいります。
And with the launch of EVERCOLD, that journey is about to go even deeper.
まだまだね、さっきほんの一部の映像公開になってますが、この基調講演にて 8.0 とはファイナルファンタジー14にとってどのような拡張パッケージなのか、ここを起点にファイナルファンタジー14は次のステージへ向かっていこうと思っています。
But that trailer was just the beginning. With today's keynote, we hope to give you a better idea of what is exactly in store for you with our newest expansion.
Okay.
And how with it, we plan on taking both you and Final Fantasy XIV to the next level.
To the next level.
今日はですね、とにかく
It's very
話す
like
ことがめちゃくちゃ
Naughty's
多くてで
marketing.
すね、めちゃくち
We're
ゃ
gonna
濃
take
密な
things
基
to
調
the
講演
next
になる
level.
予定です。
Today, we have a lot to show you.
Like, do you know what I mean? I don't mean it in a disparaging way.
ちょ
It's
っとぜ
just
ひ皆さんリラ
next
ック
level.
スしてでも途中でお手洗い行きたくなったら行ってきていい
It
です。
feels so corporate.
This is going to be a very long keynote, probably the longest one we've done before. So if you need to go to the bathroom, it's okay. You can go.
ライブストリームでご覧の、世界中の光の戦士の皆さんもぜひリラックスしてマイペースで、最後まで、この基調講演お楽しみください。
So everyone here and watching on the live stream today, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
さあ、
Okay.
ではまず拡張
Now
タ
that
イトル
I've now that I've seen the other logos, I'll say it. I think this is the best one. There's something quite solemn about her expression. I don't know. Is there something like the balance of it all? I don't know. I really, really like it.
ファイナルファンタジー14 8.0、そのタイトル名
And listen, not to be some sort of clickbait grifter, the one thing that I do have against Dawn Trail, I didn't like the logo. I think that Dawn Trail was the worst logo, in my personal opinion.
エバーコールド日本語で
So
は白銀の
I
ワンダ
welcome
ラー
this
と
with
呼びます。
open arms.
Okay, first off, we have our 8.0 title logo, EVERCOLD. And for those keeping track, the Japanese subtitle roughly translates as Wanderer or Explorer of the Silver.
そして先ほどトレーラーに
Explorer
あり
of
まし
the
たが、
Silver.
発売は2027年1月を予定しております。
And now I know we usually wait.
I rescind my comment. You're right. Endwalker was pretty bad. I had to look at the Endwalker intro screen every day from starting A Realm Reborn. I never knew what another intro screen looked like. So yeah, you're right. I did grow to actually despise the Endwalker one.
A few FanFests before giving you a solid release date, but not this time. You saw in the trailer, EVERCOLD is on track for a January 2027 release.
When do they normally release? Is it like a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? Does anyone know? Because my birthday is in January, and I'd like it if it released on my birthday. They normally release on Tuesdays, right? Let's see. Is the 16th a Tuesday? No, it's a Saturday. Shit. Shit. Never mind. Okay. Pre-access will be on Friday. I see. Okay.
This month
Shockaty is
is
too bad.
April. 5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、1、9 months.
Is that enough? Enough?
まあ僕とね、開発チーム的にはもうね、あと9ヶ月って言われるとゾワッとするんですけど、開発チーム、運営チーム、総力を結集して、最大火力で、お届けしようと思いますので、どうぞご期待ください。
So a number that small can kind of be frightening and intimidating for the development team.
It's
but
like
I think
bringing
we're
a
ready
baby to term.
Put it into high gear. So I officially give you permission to please look forward to it.
Oh, Taylor, I'm over the moon.
さあでは
The
まず
Godless
この神
Realms
なき世界編
Saga.
と名付けられたシリーズ、
Okay.
加速していくエヴァーコールドの物語をちょっとだけ紹介したいと思います。
All right, so
Ooh.
with the high
Development screenshots are subject to change. Are we about to see in-game screenshots?
Lin and Zodiac Saga complete, our second saga,
No way.
Godless Realms, is in full force. And with
way.
EVERCOLD, we will be furthering this exciting storyline.
今回光の皆さんが向か
Confirmation! Just like that! You sly devil!
うのは共造世界の一つである第4世界へ行っていただきます。
All right, and this time, Warriors of Light will be visiting the reflection known as the Fourth.
Whoa! Holy
あ
shit!
れまだパッチ 7.5 もねリリースされてないのにいいのかなって。
I mean, I know we're not even finished with 7.5, and now you already know where you're going.
Well, thank you. I've updated the notes.
この第4世界ですが氷の力によって侵食を受けています。
All right, so the Fourth is this reflection of Heidelin that has fallen into ruin.
Okay.
そしてその氷の力によって崩壊しつつあるという危機的な状況にあります。
And it is slowly succumbing to the ever-spreading ice.
Okay.
この第4世界に果たして光の戦士である皆さんは誰とどのように向かうことになるのか。
And so how and with whom will you be making your journey there?
そしてそこで待ち受ける新たな試練とは。
And of course, what trials will await you upon your arrival?
I did not mean to pause after someone screamed Blitzball, but I respect it. It's one of these things where because the trailer opens with the sundering, in my head I kind of omitted the whole Zem crystal key, showing you the different snippets of the expansions to show you the passage of time. So what we're seeing happening on the 4th may well be a recent phenomena then, right? And sorry, this is probably really obvious, but I missed the forest for the trees a little bit. So I wonder if the ever-spreading ice isn't or wasn't necessarily a byproduct of Ascian involvement trying to rejoin the Shard, but is instead what was foretold by Halmarut in point 4 in the natural order of things has gone to shit in the wake of Heidelin no longer being there. And to expand upon that, what if this was her Shard? Not to say everyone on this Shard has to be an Aura, but considering she's an Aura, maybe she has a vested interest in the maintenance and welfare of the peoples here. And she's sort of like the one who shepherds us there in the first place, right?
Maybe.
I'll make notes while we're watching, don't worry.
今回タイトルにもなってるワンダラー、その意味とは何なのか。
That's what I want to know.
And last but not least, who is this far wanderer or explorer mentioned in that Japanese subtitle?
主人公である光の戦士の皆さんの
I'm just going to say now, if they're questioning who it is, then it's not us, is it? Unless that's like the ultimate bait. Like the fact that they're even like, who is the Wanderer?
さあ、そして、今回タイトルにもなってる
Reverse psychology make us question something that we normally wouldn't. So, either this is actually bait or its scions will be divided tier. Hey, Knight, welcome, buddy. How are you today?
ワンダラー、その意味とは何なのか。
And last but not least, Who is this far wanderer or explorer mentioned in that Japanese subtitle?
主人公である光の戦士の皆さんの新たな冒険がいよいよここから始動いたします。
Fellow heroes and warriors of light, the next chapter in our fated tale is about to begin.
Hell yeah. Just making notes. We'll go over those in a
なん
minute.
かストーリー紹介って言いながらごめんなさいね、今日ストーリーに関して話せるのはここまでです。
But that's
Begins
all
January.
about all I can say about the story for now. Sorry.
なぜならこの物語の導入は来週火曜日にリリースされるパッチ 7.5 のメイン
I'm
クエ
sorry,
スト
I didn't get to mention this earlier because I got a little bit overwhelmed because I looked up at chat and there was a million theories and questions flying. So, sorry, let me take a deep breath and go over this again. A couple people said, I hope they don't canonize what Azem looks like. From my perspective, they've shown us what the Warrior of Light has looked like in every cinematic. Meteor, right? Does the existence of Meteor mean that my Warrior of Light doesn't have relevance? I would say no. So if they wanted to, in these cinematics, ever show Azem, I wouldn't really care, because that's just this marketing version, right? I don't think it eradicates any sense of what my own belief of what Azem would look like to my Warrior of Light. Do you know what I mean? Make some time. That's what I mean. Like, Meteor's not in game, but is the stand-in. So if they had a stand-in in the trailers, yeah, it's whatever.
から続いていく
Well, no, so Silent Mike, that's exactly what I'm saying. So I'll read out what Silent Mike put. They can't solidify what Azem looks like because their gender changes based on the player character. That's what I'm saying about in the cinematic here. Meteor is a white man, right? That's what they've gone for. So Azem, if we're going to be following a sort of similar contingent here, would be look like Meteor, right? If Meteor is a stand-in for the Warrior of Light, and the Warrior of Light is a shard of Azem. Do you know where I'm coming from here?
ことになります。
But again, there's a...
I don't want them to canonize it necessarily in game, and if they did, I'd want it to look kind of like my Warrior of Light, right? But like in the trailer, it's always going to be Meteor. And I imagine if there was going to be an incarnation of Azem ever shown in the cinematic, it would have to look like Meteor. Yeah? I know you guys mean in game. I'm talking to the people who were mentioning it in the cinematic.
Perfectly good reason for this. That being next Tuesday, patch
I'm going to keep watching.
7.5 releases, and with it, the main scenario will be setting up the story for the shift to EVERCOLD.
Next week!
まあ
Next
今日は
week!
ね、ちょっとだけそ
I'm
の
gutted I'm not
未来
playing
の
it
ね
now, I'll be
お
honest.
話をお伝えしたことになりますが、パッチ 7.4 のストーリーからパッチ 7.5 パート1、そしてパート2と、どのように物語が展開して、皆さんが第4世界で向かうのか、この先ファンフェスで公開されていく情報と一緒にメインクエストをぜひ楽しんでください。
So in other words, today you are all getting a little glimpse into the future, and hopefully it can help bring some clarity to the story that you've already seen in 7.4 and what you're going to see in 7.5.
You guys
parts 1 and
like
2.
0.5? Cool.
まあまあでもこれだけで終わるとね、寂しいんで、ちょっと第4世界の状態いろいろ紹介していきたいと思います。
But we can't just tell you that about the fourth. So, even though I can't talk much about it yet, development of the Forge is very much underway, and so we want to show you a little bit more.
Holy shit. Guys. Wow. Oh my god. Look at that autumnal forest in the bottom left-hand corner. Aetheryte crystal in the... How are they hiding the Norse influences? Look at this like wooden archway leading out to this pier. Like, even these little motifs on top of the... Oh, come on, Yoshi P. We thought we'd hidden the Norse. Come on. What is this in the top right-hand corner? Wow. Guys, this is like so up my street. So up my street. And I guess something which happens when they go off-world, right, is whenever they do something that's based on Aetheris, they are somewhat limited by what they can do without it being absurd. Like, it has to have some sort of cohesion to the rest of the world around it. And when we consider that all of the known world upon Aetheris is loosely in contact with one another. Not to keep bringing it up, but Mericidia, while we're not there, there are means of getting there. There are ways to contact them. We kind of know what's going on down there, right? But other reflections, it's sort of like you can throw all rules and laws out the window and start with a blank canvas and do whatever you want. And it allows them to really flex their muscles. And we saw that to a slightly lesser degree because I think they wanted to really harken on the parallels between the zones in Shadowbringers. So they really wanted you to go, hey, look, we're on the first in this location, but can you tell this is actually where Limsa Lominsa would be? Huh? Cool, isn't it? And over here, well, you'd think we're here, but actually, no, this is Thanalan. So I think they were still somewhat, you know, had their hands tied behind their, or had their hands tied, sorry, because they were trying to play on that. But it seems here, from these concept images, that they are just letting their imaginations run wild. Like, look at these varied landscapes. Look how gorgeous this looks. It feels fresh. Do you know what I mean? I like it because this reflection doesn't necessarily look advanced at all. It might be one that actually has time flow slower instead of faster. It may very well be, yeah. Yeah? Yeah, loving this. Absolutely loving this. Let's move on.
エヴァコールドの舞台となる第4世界、開発着々と進んでおります。
Very unique compared to what we've seen in the game.
メインコンセプト、いくつかのね、コンセプトアート持ってきたので、なんとなく皆さんそれを見てイメージをしてください。
So today I've
could
borrowed
you
a few
imagine?
pieces of art and screenshots from our servers to give you a sneak peek of several of the new areas and get that speculation train rolling.
まあちょっとね、まだまだお話できないことはあるので、地名とかはちょっと一回全部伏せてます。なので、デザインを見ていろいろね、想像していただければと思います。
Guys, again, wasn't NA Fanfest meant to be like the tiniest tease? Like, already, we're like 10 minutes in. I know I've been in nearly 2 hours. 10 minutes in, and they've already given so much.
I can't reveal too much as of yet, so you won't be getting any official place names for now, but hopefully these images...
Oh, look at this serpent down. I hope they zoom in on these. They better had. Like, look at the serpent down here on this picture. This looks like some sort of subterranean... zone, like below the ice. You've got the crystal we see in the cinematic here across these two images.
Just can help give you a better idea of what's to come.
ではまず開発中のスクリーンショットからちょっと
I will say, listen, I'm not going to just sit here and constantly sing the praises. They look a little bit flat compared to, like, these feel so full of life and energy and excitement, and then the in-game screenshot, I know they've got 9 months to go, but the in-game screenshots feel a little bit flat compared to all of the excitement. I get that there's a level of having to transfer concept art into you know, quote-unquote reality. But hopefully you get what I'm trying to say.
All right, let's start with some of these under development screenshots.
はい。さっきね、トレーラーにもありました。超巨大なクリスタルありますね。
So here we have this giant crystalline object looming over the area. I think we also saw it in the trailer.
まあでも手前にね、エーテライトっぽいものがあるから、あれはちょっとまた違うものなんでしょうね。
And so if that smaller crystal in the foreground is something probably different, right?
まあ向こうの方にはね、なんかうっすらと巨大な建造物が見えるから、お城なのか、町なのか。
And then we have those ramparts that are kind of behind it as well. So is that a castle? Is that a town?
さあ、そして次。まあちょっとね、アップ目にした状態です。
I think you can
And
see
here we have
that in
that
the
same
cinematic.
scene just a little bit closer up to that first crystal.
さすが共造世界。エーテライトのデザインもちょっと違いますね。
And again, so that's probably an aetherite. And again, because this is a different reflection, that's going to be in a different design than the ones we have on the course.
ちょっとね、湖面に浮かぶ船も特徴的
We
です
can
ね。
see more
Those
of
boats on the lake
those.
also have a very unique design.
Yeah, that's sick.
おお、そして巨大なね、竜の頭のような建造物あります。
And here we have what appears to be the statue of a giant dragon. Is that?
まあ今回、マップの環境表現というのも、さらに新しい表現に、力を入れて挑戦してます。
Our designers have put their best feet forward this time in an effort to create something that feels new and fresh and truly unique from what we had before.
お、打って変わってちょっとね、荒野のような集落ですかね。
And here we have what appears to be some kind of lonely settlement in a somewhat arid, barren-looking environment.
そして夕方の雰囲気ですが、手前の方にね、飛空艇らしきものが見えますね。
And here it looks like it's dusk, but if you look in the front of the shot, you can see something that looks like maybe airships.
まあちょっとね、デザイン、今までやっぱり見たことのないようなデザインの飛空艇になってますね。
And of course, their designs are quite different from what we've seen in previous expansions.
こちら、夜のライティングのテストをしてます。
And here we have the same area at night, so we can see how the lighting will work.
さらに打って変わってね、ちょっと穀倉地帯のような感じですね。
And here we have what looks like some fertile cropland.
まあ相変わらず奥にもなんか巨大なね、建物見えてます。
And there's also a giant structure in the background of this pic as well.
さらにはですね、どうやらちょっと生活のね、雰囲気も見え隠れしてます。どんなね、冒険が待ち受けるのか、いろいろご想像ください。
And here you can see some sort of garden in the background, so it certainly looks like it's lived in. What adventures await you here?
打って変わって。
This is the one which excites me, I think, dare I say, more than the others. While I really like the visuals of everything else, this just feels so different from everything we even saw in this cinematic.
地上なのか、地下なのか、こちらもライティングのテスト中です。
And okay, this is a change. It appears to be underground, but is it? We're currently working on the lighting on this one as well, so this is also one of those lighting tests.
お、これはちょっと街っぽいですね。
Wow.
And this looks like it could be a city.
まあやっぱり建物ので。
Well, these are the airships here. So if this is a city, this is where you dock, right, on your little airship. And I like how they dock as well. I noticed that in the other images of the day and night city, or town, shall I say, with these sort of like ringed connectors.
一個一個見ても今まで
Are these the same statues of those sort of dragon-esque looking things? There's one here, and then one over here.
にない特徴がありそうです。
And again, this prominent design of these buildings is very unique to this expansion.
こちらは巨大なね、門、外に出るのか、中に入ってくるのか。
And could this be inside that city, or perhaps it's a gate to get inside?
こちらも朝焼けなのか、夕焼け、夕暮れなのかね、ファンタジーとそれから有機デザインがうまくマッチしたようなデザインになってるかなと思います。
And I'm guessing this was taken at dawn or perhaps dusk. You can see the architecture that incorporates a blend of both organic and fantastical design.
まあ、といった感じで、世界そのものの制作というのも順調に進んでいます。
And so as you can see, like I said, development of the new areas is in full swing.
What a transition. Okay.
さっきね、氷の力に侵食されたって言ってるのに、第4世界なんかすごいバラエティ豊
And
か
I
な
know you guys
状態
kind
にな
of
って
said
る
it
ね
in chat, but yeah, I know. So like when they did the concept art for some Dawn Trail zones, I remember thinking, oh yeah, this is going to be really, really exciting. And then they show you the in-game screenshots, and it's just the nature of transitioning from, again, the concept art to making manifest it in the game. Yeah, you lose something there. I hope they really, go with the color, because I think that's what really struck me in the concept art, is how colorful and otherworldly it looked. And some of the in-game screenshots just felt a little drab. But maybe, again, it's just the lighting.
I know that I mentioned earlier that
excited,
the fourth
but
was ravaged by
I
ice.
hope they up
and
the
it's called
vibrancy a little bit.
EVERCOLD. But as you probably noticed, a lot of those screenshots were decidedly un-icy.
まあ今スクリーンショットでね、その一旦ご覧いただきましたが、制作まだまだ途中段階なので、ちょっとアートワークも少し見てみようかなと思います。
But again, we showed you a bunch of under development screenshots, but there's a lot of stuff that we still haven't completed yet. So we want to show you a little bit more, but with some artwork, concept artwork.
まあ結構生のアート出てきますんで、お楽しみください。
Oh yeah, we still have some.
Oh, okay. Thank you for showing these larger.
まあさっきのね、巨大なクリスタルがないから、また別の場所みたいですね。
Here it looks like a lake, but that giant crystal from before is gone, so this is probably a different area.
ほう。なんか巨大なクリスタルありますけど、これはこれでさっきのとデザイン違いますね。
And here we have another giant crystal, but it's hard to tell if this is the one that's from before. It's probably not. The design is a little bit different.
ほう。なんか建造物の上に庭園なのかな？
And this looks like some sort of garden, possibly stacked upon the top of a building.
Reminded me a little bit of Labyrinthos. Wow.
やっぱり氷の侵食を受けてるって言ってるのに、なんか火は使える感じがするね。
Again, I mean, I thought this world was supposed to be ravaged by ice, but it looks pretty hot in this slide.
おー、また全然違った真っ黒なね、衣装のデザインになってますね。結構ファンタジック。
And again, this is somewhat different than what we've seen so far, the architecture being a little bit more dark and gothic.
おー。さっきね、スクリーンショットでもあった竜なのか蛇なのか。
So we only saw the bottom half of this before, right? With the dragon, as they described it, even though I would describe that more as a serpent. Maybe they're, maybe we are going to be dealing with a Ragnarok type situation. And yeah, Fimbulwinter is, as we spoke about earlier. It's cool. I feel like I've seen this silhouette somewhere in either an encyclopedia, Eorzea, or I mean, it does just look like a sword, I guess, which might be what's getting me. But this reminds me of remember when Dawn Trail came out? And we were feverishly trying to match up the palace with the imagery which appeared on the ground when you used Azem's crystal. That's what that reminds me of, ever so slightly. Let me bear with me. Let me try and find. I'm going to Google Azem summoning circle. I can only find a sticker on Etsy. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I think I might have found one. Yeah, it's not what I was hoping to show, but anyway, come here. So if we go over to my notes, paste this picture in. You see what I mean? I don't think it is, but the idea that this sort of like sword hilt, I don't think it is. But yeah, it reminded me of when I was studying this a lot for the Dawn Trail thing. And how that looks kind of like... Do you know what I mean? Anyway. Let me get a picture of it in the thing before I continue. Yeah, we were trying to figure out if it was the palace, but you see what I mean. But I think it's just like a very typical shape, and it's you see what you want to see. You know what I mean? Like we could very easily say, oh yeah, that's exactly the same. Whatever.
ね、さっきのスクリーンショットとちょっと関連性ありそうなアートですね。
And this looks like that's that dragon before. Is it a dragon or is it a snake? You can start to see some of the connections between what we showed you before and the artwork here.
まあ、ファイナルファンタジー14ね、川のほとりの、まあ、こういう小屋、本当に膨大なアートワークを作って、インスピレーションを高めて、世界を作っていってます。
Yeah, and then you even have artwork down to the smallest sort of riverside shacks. And basically, it's this artwork that we build the foundation and get our inspiration for these areas.
これまた、なんか、機械的、街なのか、塔なのか、ダンジョンなのか、
So yeah,
なんでしょうね。
this location has a decidedly mechanical feel to it. Is it a town? Is it...
Again, my Norse myth is a little bit rusty, to say the least, but aren't there, like, separate layers of hell in Norse mythology, and each layer has a different purpose or serves a different role? I wonder if we're kind of seeing that represented here, where maybe beneath the layers, or beneath the icy surface of the fourth, there are other... Muspelheim, I think is what it is, Derzenale. Muspelheim? Yes, we got there. It was somewhere in the back of my mind.
Is it a dungeon? Is it a tower? Is it a tower dungeon?
さあ、これちょっと別角度ですけど、ラフスケッチですけど、なんとなく飛空艇いますね、あそこね。
And this is the same location, but from a different angle. You can kind of look closely up there and maybe see what looks like a rough sketch of an airship.
More importantly, clouds, which I think would disparage me from thinking it is underground.
From this, what type of world it's going to be.
さあ、どんどん行きますよ。
Okay.
Okay, so I gotta say, my first question is then, do you think we are going to be arriving on the 4th in a time prior to it icing over? Because to me, this almost feels like we've gone back before that deciding moment. You know what I mean? I don't think there will be time shenanigans. I feel like we might not only be on the 4th. I think it's going to be frozen already. I mean, seeing a lot of what we're seeing here makes me think that it's not looking iced over, which is what's throwing me, because they're even pointing it out. They're like, well, it's not icy, is it, guys? No, it's not. This is looking pretty okay. I think it's all post ice. We're just in the skies. When we were in the sky at the beginning of the trailer, it felt like they were separate, smaller islands, unless there are larger chunks of land which they were able to prise out from the surface prior to it being iced over. There was one screenshot in particular, and it would make sense why there's all the airships. There was one screenshot in particular, this one I think, where you can see a bridge which connects this piece of land with what looks like another piece of land. And then you've these pillars in the background, which might then be suspending other things above them. I don't really know. We can see another pillar over here. Yeah, I don't know. It makes me, again, think and go back to what we saw in the cinematic with the Aura Odin fella watching on as the Aura prayed or knelt in prayer, whatever, to the tree before her body just puffed away in this breeze of snow, either she has gone up there and the ice which had settled on her cape just blew off as she disappeared. I don't really know. When he said, but is it underground on that one shot, it made me immediately think that it'll be Tears of the Kingdom Sky Islands. I think it probably will be. To be incredibly crackpot is that it's going to be iced over, and it might be thawing once we finish a zone, similar to Shadowbringers Night Sky. I think had they not done the Night Sky thing in Shadowbringers, they probably would do something like that. But I think because they've done that, they will avoid doing it. Because then it's such an easy comparison of, it's Shadowbringers again. Finish a zone, save that area. Finish a zone, save that area. Okay. Do you know what I mean? I think that would be a bit old and already done. You know what I mean? One might say my pulse is fast. What's happening here? My general overall thought is that these are all glimpses we're seeing of our atop floating islands, with the occasional locale that's within the island itself. Thus the mention of, it looks underground, but is it?
Giant crystal from before is gone, so this is probably a different area.
あります。
And of course, the fourth is not a world without danger. This time, that danger is going to be massive.
Whoa!
さて、
One of the
突然
giants
打って変わ
from
って
the
出てきたこの
cinematic.
謎の生物。第4世界には世界を徘徊する超巨大魔法生物の存在が確認されているようです。
So what in the world could this strange creature be? Who or what exactly are these strange colossi who wander the fourth?
Arcane giants roaming the ice. I'm so curious about what these crystals are which penetrate their chests. They have the same inscription upon them as the giants do themselves. But if the cinematic is to be believed, then it would almost seem like the giants are corporealized around these crystals. Like we watched as the giants were knitted together around the crystals, which then sat at their hearts. The Jotun? Yeah, I would probably say it's probably an analogy for the Jotun. Yeah. We'll make a note of that. Let's make a note. So let me get a picture of these. This guy. Did Automod get you, Sign? What did you say? What did you say to upset Automod? Right, let's go over here. Sorry, I know you've been looking at this. The giants who roam the ice. Are these going to essentially be the Jotun? Question mark?
1体だけじゃなくて、何体もうろうろしてるみたいですね。
I mean, what we can say is that there's not going to be just one. There's actually many of these roaming the fourth.
さあ、これがいかなる存在なのか、敵なのか、神様のような存在なのか、今はご想像にお任せします。
Are they friend or are they foe? Or are they gods? For now, you'll have to let your imagination decide.
さあ、では、
We could guess a million things right
さら
now.
にタウン、街の様子なんかを、こちらもイメージボードですが、見ていきたいと思います。
All right, next up, I'd like to show you some of the town areas.
Oh. Okay. Whoa! Look at
やっ
that.
ぱりさっきねスクリーンショットでも見ていただきましたが、今回のエクスパンションかなりファンタジックな、デザインが多いかなと思います。
From the looks of this artwork, the feel is quite fantastical, and this is very representative of the art direction for EVERCOLD.
もちろんこのエバーコールドにも、複数のプレイヤータウン登場します。
But again, this is just one of multiple town areas that will be appearing in the expansion.
おー、アップになるとこんな感じなんですね。
Okay, yeah, this is a close-up of that town from before.
Yeah, so hold on. I think this is we saw a screenshot earlier from down here. So I think we were down here in one of those previous screenshots, in-game screenshots, and this is where all of the airships dock, down in the foreground at the bottom. Because we could see the aetheryte crystal and we could look upwards into it proper.
これは明らかにマーケットなんでしょうね。
And this what we have. This is definitely a market. Definitely.
おお、またちょっと違った雰囲気の街並み。
And again, this town area also has some very distinct features.
Is that a hole in the
でも
middle?
さ、
Yeah.
ここ
Look
穴開
at
い
the
てる
water
That looks
pouring
like a
down into
pretty
it.
big hole there in the middle.
光
I'm
の
on
戦
it.
士、こういうとこ行くと
I'm on
よく落ちるんだね。
The warriors are like, you're going to want to jump in there, right? Yeah.
まあまあ気をつけてください。
Don't fall.
There'll be an invisible wall. They won't let you.
おー、まあ綺麗なね街並みになってますね。
Oh, yes. This here we have another town. It's got that aetheryte in the middle.
Yeah, cool.
まあまあこうやってタウンの紹
Really
介をね
cool.
していってると気になって
Again, I
来たり
think-
するのがさ、
Whoa!
If we
Hello!
talk about towns, who lives in the towns?
No town, no town,
This is not a town. No,
no
obviously.
town.
Is that a cat? Is that a kitty?
Cat dwarves.
なんかちょっと思わず出ちゃいましたけど。
Bearded dwarf
なんや
kitties.
これまでに
Loper
ね
it
ない
who?
ね NPC の種族みたいですね。
Yes, this is probably looks like one of our new races that we're going to meet on the 4th.
They look
まあ明らか
awesome.
にね猫タイプ。今回エバーコールドでは皆さん光の戦士ねどんな種族とか部族たちとの出会いがあるんでしょうか。
What
I mean, that is
accent do you
definitely a cat.
imagine they'll
So,
have?
but is it the only type of NPC that you're going to meet? Well, who else awaits the Warrior of Light on the 4th?
これ
Proper Scottish, you
タウン
reckon?
アートや。
Okay, is this the kitty town?
This is where the kitties live, okay.
Yeah.
さあまあ新しいエリア
Look at
ぜ
this
ひねい
artwork
ろい
up
ろ
here
楽しみにしていただ
of
け
them
たら
playing
な
with the
と思い
ball.
ます。
Yes, discovering these new areas and exploring is always an exciting part of a new expansion.
さて第4世界というまあ拡張エバーコールドのその冒険する世界そのものの雰囲気をお伝えするのは今日はここまでにさせてください。
All right, so I think that's all I can tell you right now about the 4th.
制作はねもちろん進んでるんですが
I'm
皆さんの
like
ゲーム体験を最優先にさせていただきたいので
super excited, guys.
まずは
I can't tell you.
パッチ
I am
7.5 メインクエストパ
buzzing.
ート1をぜひお楽しみください。
Again, we have more finished content, but we're going to withhold from showing that right now, and that's mainly because we don't want to spoil what's coming up in patch 7.5.
メインクエスト
The
は
keynote
パー
gets
ト1と
better?
パート2の2部構成でお届けいたします。
I'd have gone
As
home
with
at this
previous
point,
lead-ups to
thinking it
expansions,
was over. I'll be
this
like,
part of the main story will be split into 2 halves.
第
Classic
4世界そのものの情報は、さらにね欧州のファンフェスティバルでまた開発の進捗とともに、お伝えしていきたいと思います。
it's
That
true.
said, by the time our fan festival in Berlin rolls around, I should have more to reveal about the expansion's exciting new setting, the 4th.
さてでは続いては
We're going to the 4th. Game design updates?
まあこの 8.0 エバーコールド、ここからはちょっとその物語とか世界それを離れて
Is this what they meant about taking FF14 to the
ゲーム
next
そのもの
level?
がどのようにエクスパンション拡張されるのかという点についてご紹介させてください。
All right, so now that we've talked a little bit about the upcoming story and setting for 8.0, next I would like to touch upon what sort of game design updates are in store for EVERCOLD.
Okay.
ファイナルファンタジーまずちょっとなぜ今回ゲームデザインの大幅な拡張に手をつけているのかその理由からじっくりちょっと説明させてください。
So first, before I want to begin, I want to talk a little bit about why we're putting such an emphasis on evolving the content and game design of Final Fantasy XIV.
まずファイナルファンタジー14 2010年に
He doesn't even need to say anything else. Just the fact that they're about to reveal something that will no doubt be seismic enough to, you know, to warrant being spoken about so early on in the keynote. I'm I'm ready. Take it
バー
away,
ジョン
Yoshi P.
1.0 発売した後、2013年に申請させていただきました。
So as you know, the history of Final Fantasy XIV goes all the way back to 2010 and the launch of 1.0, then 2013 and the launch of A Realm Reborn.
1.0 からプレイしてるって方いらっしゃいます？
How many people have been here since 1.0?
お、めっちゃいる。めっちゃいる。ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
じゃあ ARR、レルムリボンから。
From A Realm Reborn.
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。で、まあ、それ以来ですね、光の戦士の皆さんと、共に歩み続けて、ここまでやってきました。
So we've covered a lot of ground on our journey together ever since.
新生、想
Can you
定、
believe
グレン、
Endwalker came out half a
漆黒、
decade
氷月、
ago?
黄金と6本の拡張タイトルを
Wow.
リリースし、この世界をね、拡大するとともに、全世界で非常にたくさんの方々にプレイしていただいてます。
So we've expanded
Sorry,
the
yes.
game via 6
I did
unique
that for you as
expansions.
well.
A Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, and Dawn Trail.
で、その拡大するプレイヤー、この13年で間もなく、3500万人に届く勢いになりました。
And during that time, we've welcomed to Eorzea almost 35 million Warriors of Light from all over the globe.
Pretty
惜
good.
しかったんだよね。
Almost made it to almost
Yes.
35 million.
3480
34 million.
数万人だった。
800 and
惜しかった。ちょ
close.
っと
So close.
で、まあ、ただこの13年もの歳
No
月、
regrets.
申請から数えても、皆さんも僕も生活スタイル、ものすごく変わりました。また、人生においても様々な変化があったと思います。
But in those 13 years since A Realm Reborn, the world has changed. You have changed. I have changed. The development team has changed. We have all changed, as have our lives and lifestyles.
まあもちろん、
I'm liking the direction this is going in. Quite a lot. I swear to you, I know nothing about what's about to happen and what they're going to talk about. But I'm liking the direction.
常に変わらない安心感っていうのも、まあ大きな魅力ではあると思うんですけど、まあそれと同時に避けられないことが大きく一つあります。
And while there is certainly something comforting about a product that remains unchanging with time, on the other hand, with a lack of change can come something else.
Stagnancy.
Tomestones.
Or tomestones.
So many. So many. Keep going. More tomestones.
Okay.
まあ、さすがに、まあお前が言うなって皆さん言うかもしれないですけど、変わらないことの安心感っていうのもあると思ってます。ただ、13年、ずっとアラガン・トームストーン集めてると、
The social media team released this as
And
a
again, you know, this
wallpaper.
is not something that you'd expect me, the director, saying, but I get it. It's been 13 years. That's a lot of elegant tomestones.
My guess is internally, whoever they had shackled up in the basement, naming the new tomestones every patch, just like looked Yoshi P in the eye and said, I can't come up with any more names. Please stop. All right, we'll sort something
And while
out.
again, it's comforting to be doing the same thing again and again, but
まあ、なので、申請から、黄金まで我々一貫したゲームデザインで変わらない安心感と面白さというのをお届けしてきました。
So from A Realm Reborn through to Dawn Trail, we on the development team have remained consistent with our game design in order to bring
They're going to put EVERCOLD up here somewhere, aren't they? It's going to go skyrocketing up to here.
players a comfortable and
Go
enjoyable
on.
gaming experience.
で、ここまでは本当に光の戦士の皆さんのおかげで、ね、成長させていただいたんですけど、8.0 はちょっと方向を変えます。
And because of that, we've been able to grow to where we are today. But we're going to go in a different direction for 8.0.
Not as high as I was expecting, but
絶
yeah,
対的
okay.
な秋から逃れるために、 より皆さんの生活に寄り添い、さらに面白くなるという変化と進化を作って、この秋に対抗していきたいと思います。
Again, the thing is, with consistency can come that fatigue that we talked about. And so, to escape the inevitable, FF14 must change and evolve, not only bringing more excitement to the game, but also adapting so that it can better meet our changing lives.
まあそれを体現していこうというのが、このエヴァーコールド 8.0 で、それから 8.X シリーズでいろんなものを変え、皆さんにさらなる面白さ。
It's not even funny. It's just the idea that I said, oh, not as high as I thought it would be. 5 seconds later, up it goes.
差を提供していきたいと考えてます。
Taking it to the next level.
Starts with 8.0 and EVERCOLD. And from here and throughout the 8.x series, it is our aim to take Final Fantasy XIV to the next level and beyond.
Okay. まあ我々自身がですね、さらにモチベーションを高く開発していくためにも、我々自身が今一度皆さんと一緒にそれをね、探していく探求者になって、歩み続けていきたいと思ってます。
And again, that journey begins with us, the developers on Final Fantasy XIV, to ensure that we can maintain a high level of motivation, allowing us to bring you the best gaming experience possible.
Okay.
We too must become the explorers that were mentioned in the game's Japanese subtitle, exploring new ways to take Final Fantasy to the next level
of the Silver. Was the Japanese subtitle.
So,
では、ここから具体的にどのようなゲームデザインの進化とか変更とか各種アップデートがあるのか、ご紹介していきます。
What sort of updates, what sort of evolution are we planning when it comes to game design?
非常に多くの内容と仕様を含みますので、今日の本当ファンフェスティバル、それから欧州、日本と3回の基調講演に分けて、それぞれその詳細をお伝えしていこうと思います。
I can't even theorize about what they're about to say. I'm ready to be taken by the hand.
All three of our Fanfests here in Anaheim, in Berlin, and in Tokyo to cover it all.
Okay.
But today we lay the foundation.
ただし、今日、概要は全部、一回お話しします。
And that foundation we're going to explain today. Yoshi P? What's this? What's this?
まあ、いきなり登場したこの画面、まず、キャラクターウィジェットではありません。
So, what do we have here? I can tell you what it's not, and it's not certainly the old character widget.
こちらのユーザーインターフェース、画面の名前は、アドベンチャラーアクティビティという全く新機能の UI となります。
So no, this is our completely new adventure activity UI.
まあちょっとね、いろいろざわざわしてるんで。
Hold, I'll hold. I'll hold. Level 110, by the way, so no level squish.
順を追って説明していきますね。
Okay, we know you have a lot of questions. We're going to explain. It's okay.
まずは、デイリーからウィークリーへという変更を全体に対して行います。
All right, so
Andy,
first off,
stop being a hater. I've said nothing. I've just. My face has probably said more than I have, but it just looks.
We're going to talk about this switch that we're going to make from a daily-based system to a more weekly-based system.
That's good. I like that.
まあこれまでアラガン・トームストーンを中心に各種コンテンツファインダーのルーレットにはデイリーボーナスっていうのがやっぱり多く存在してました。
So the current duty roulette comes with a wide array of daily bonuses attached to these tombstones.
まあそのため効率的に
I can feel my heart. I don't know, like it's like it's becoming lighter. It's kind of hard to describe. Hearing the word weekly and them just saying roulettes are currently daily, and I'm like, oh my god, yes. Keep telling me the good things.
トームストーンを貯めるには 結局デイリーボーナスを活用することが、まあ必要になってきて、結果的に、
The amount of
一番効率
times
のいい
I crawled over to my computer at like 11 o'clock at night to fit in my daily frontline roulette. When I didn't want to, but I needed it.
ラントムストーンの集め方をしようと思うと、まあ、エキスパントルーレットをひたすら繰り返すという状態が続いてきました。
So efficiently obtaining 450 tomestones a week means making full use of those daily bonuses. In other words, you hop on the Duty Roulette Extreme, kind of go through the least time-consuming dungeons as possible, rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
まあやっぱりこれがね、十数年にもわたって続けば、飽きのね、大きな要因となると思います。
And this is mostly how it's been for 10 plus years, so it's hard not to see how some players kind of have begun to grow weary of this.
まあですので、このエバーコールドからは、皆さんの生活サイクルとか、それから可処分時間に寄り添っていくために、デイリーの考えから脱却して、ウィークリーでキャラクターを育てていくというデザインに変更していきます。
So with EVERCOLD, we are looking to change this from a daily to a weekly system to better fit the many different play styles and lifestyles of our users, to help you better allocate your limited free time.
Okay. I think what threw me when I first saw this is it does look like the sort of thing that would pop up during a Raid Shadow Legends ad, right? Like the big button in the top right-hand corner, the X in the bottom left, the settings icon in the bottom right. They look like they were made for thumbs. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't look like something my mouse is meant to click. These look like things that I should be tapping with my fingers. I can warm up to it, I think. I probably can warm up to it a little bit, but I guess something I say I'm speaking internally here, really, is I think this is probably more rooted in sort of like the direction Japanese developers have gone, especially in a more mobile heavy marketplace. This probably isn't crazy, you know, it's not a huge thing. It's a mock-up. I'm not hating it. This is a mock-up. I know it's a mock-up. Don't worry. I'm not hating it. I'm just sharing my thoughts, guys. Whoa. Chill. Put down the weapons. But yeah, it's yeah, Arkless Wonder. That was what I was gonna say. This feels like maybe it was designed that way first. But I was gonna say having a hub where you can go to see everything. I like the bar along the bottom. Yeah, it's very mobile-esque, but I quite like it as a way for you to quickly see your progress. I really enjoy it. So, and I do think there's a lot of UI in the game at the minute that is quite archaic. One such example, and maybe people will disagree, I think the Series XP track is, I don't know, that feels quite antiquated nowadays, having this like zigzagging line where you follow it left to right, then right to left, then left to right, and then I don't know, just making things a bit clearer and more concise is a good thing. And if this is what it does, then fantastic.
アドベンチャーアクティビティの UI なんですが、これをベースにキャラクターの成長とか、それからギアの管理、コンテンツの攻略、ウィークリーの進捗などを一元管理するのがこの新しい UI だと思ってください。
So this new adventure activity interface that you see here is to help facilitate that change from daily to weekly. The idea is that from this screen here, Warriors of Light will be able to manage their character growth, their gear upgrades, their duty progression, their weekly progress, and more, all from this screen.
ただこちらの
Jess, which game in particular?
まだまだすいません、参考となる初期イメージなので、 実際に皆さんのお手元に届くときにはかなり細かい仕様変更がたくさん入る予定なので、
belatedly, yeah,
その点だ
George,
けは
I
ご承知おきください。
obviously
Okay, but
don't know
please note
Senna
again that this is
personally, but
all still very much in development. This is an early mock-up and is
the hate
extremely likely
directed
to
at them
change
at the
before
beginning
release.
of Dawn
では
Trail
具
was
体的にウィークリーっ
quite
てどうい
frankly
うことかと
disgusting,
いうのをちょっとお見せしたいと思います。
All right, so I
abhorrent.
want to go into a little bit more detail on what we mean by a weekly system.
Okay.
まあ、アドベンチャラーアクティビティにああいうミッションっていうものがあって、まあ、
Okay,
皆さん
okay.
お好きなコンテンツ、お好きなプレイを週、いろんなことをやって、アクティビティポイントを貯め、アクティビティレベルを上げ、一定に到達すると装備やギアが、報酬がね、手に入るというのが主な流れになります。
So for example, from the screen, players can take stock of all the different duties or missions that are available to play and see how many activity points can be earned by completing each mission. Attaining points will then raise your activity level, and unlocking, when your activity level goes up, you unlock all sorts of gear and other exciting rewards.
It feels like mock
まあ、これ
tones,
これ
but
もサンプルなので、
you know, for
あまり
the
細か
the
く解
base game.
析するよりも、まあ、仕様バランスこれから取っていきますんで。
Again, what we have here, this is not fixed in any way. It's probably going to change, but hopefully this will give you an idea of what some of those
Nightwave,
missions will look
yeah,
like.
kinda.
まあ、メインクエストのコンプリートなんかは、一回達成するとそれっきりですけど、他の項目なんかは同じ週の中で繰り返し達成することも可能なので、お好きなものをチョイスして、いろいろなプレイスタイル、自然に14をプレイしていくと、冒険が進んで報酬が手に入るという考え方にしていきたいと思ってます。
So some missions, like the main scenario quests on top there, can only be completed once for points. But other missions, such as those below, will be repeatable, allowing you to earn points multiple times. Basically, what we want to do is allow all players of all different types, each with their own unique playstyle, to feel that they're being rewarded for playing Final Fantasy XIV as you normally would.
I know this is all a mock-up at the moment, right? So, weekly activity points, I'm guessing, I don't know if they elaborate, but I don't know if this 0 of 1, 0 of 1, 0 of 5, 0 of 5, if these are daily resets or weekly resets. So every week, you can do one MSQ, just pontificating here on what they've shown. You could do one MSQ, one side quest, one instance dungeon, and that will net you 850 plus points. You can get 3,000 points every week. If they want to really reward people for different play styles, I hope they crank some of these up, right? So synthesize and deliver 5 collectibles, gather and deliver 5 collectibles. Make that like 0 of 20. 0 of 20, like really let people do it in whatever way they want to. No doubt there'll be someone on Twitter who will go, if you want to shave 0.3 seconds off your weekly activity point grind, ignore this, this, and this, and instead only do these. And if you craft these and deliver them there and do this, you can get this many points in this many hours. Like, of course someone will find a way to min-max. But to me, I like the idea that, yeah, like if I want to, I can log in, do a shit ton of crafting, gathering, fishing, and by interacting with the game, I get these points. You know what I mean? Like, I hope there's a way to remove this cap. And maybe for every one collectible you deliver past the cap, you get a lower amount. Do you know what I mean? So for every one collectible over synthesize and deliver 5, we'll give you 5 activity points. I know it's ongoing design. Yeah, don't worry. I said that. I know. Don't worry. I understand. This is a mock-up. These are mocked up things. I am just sharing my thoughts. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not being overly critical of Yoshi P and the team.
For
they can
doing
handle
what
it.
you want to do, you're getting that reward.
で、それからこれまで13年間皆さんからたくさんのフィードバックをいただいたんですけど、アラガントームストーン450個
We need
貯
to
めた
share
ら、
thoughts so that they make the
先週の分
changes.
も
Yeah.
ちょっと先週450溜まってなかったから、先週もやらせてくれよっていうのがよくありました。
Might
Okay,
forget
so
what
one
makes some
thing that
time.
we've got a lot of feedback before
That was a joke.
in these past years is that, say you didn't get all 450 elegant tomestones from last week, and you'd really like to have the chance, to get the ones that you missed the week before.
今回からはですね、その週に必要なというか、貯められるウィークリーポイントの上限までいったら、遡って前の週の分も貯め直せるように、要は2週で管理していこうかなと思ってます。
So now we're currently considering adding a feature that allows you to earn any unearned points from 1 week prior, as long as you've earned all your points from this week. So you can go back 1 week.
That's good. That's really
ですの
cool.
で、週単位でね、プレイを管理して、まあ、
Because it's then, while it's slightly disguised as such, you are then no longer necessarily just playing on a weekly basis. You can do it on a 2-weekly basis, a fortnightly basis, right? If you really, really wanted to. Like, if for whatever reason you're just really busy with work, life, etc. That is incredible.
少
Absolutely
しず
incredible.
つプレイをしてもらってもいいですし、たくさん遊べる日にまとめて、プレイしていただいてもいいというふうに、皆さんの生活サイクルに寄り添うために、こういった仕組みに進化していこうと思い
It
ま
can be
す。
very
So again,
demoralizing.
by evolving from a daily to a weekly cycle, it will allow you as players more options to choose how you want to play. Do you want to log in a little bit each day? That's fine. Do you want to take off the weekdays and then maybe come in and focus a week's worth of play on Saturday and Sunday? That's okay too. You decide your in-game schedule based on your own real-world schedule without any penalties.
Amazing. Incredible.
さあではどんどん続けましょう。
All right, let's continue on.
I was going to say it can be quite demoralizing to
ア
fall
イ
off
テ
of
ム
the
レベルの
wagon,
成長ルートというのも
even
今
for a
回
day or
大きく
two,
変更を
because
か
you
けま
then
す。
do feel
All
like you're
right, and we
falling
have some
behind everybody
changes
else.
for item level progression as well.
Oh,
これまでアイテムレベルの成長に
New
は
ways to raise
大きく分けて2系統存在してました。
All right, so up until now, there has really only existed 2 consistent means of increasing item level.
まず一つはレイドのサベージをクリアして直接ギアを得ていく方法。
One, collecting gear from Savage Raids.
で、もう一つが修正源のアラガントムストーンを貯めて交換していくっていう方法でした。
And 2, being via Tombstone Exchange.
しかしこの場合、やっぱりこう奇数パッチ、まあ例えば 7.1 とか 7.3 というのがどうしても皆さんキャラクター成長のモチベーションにつながりにくくて、プレイするコンテンツっていうのも固定化されてしまったので、これを大きく、見直していくつもりです。
So the problem with this, however, is that it locks players into certain content while creating a content gap every other patch during those odd patches like 0.1s and the 0.3s.
Yes.
And this can end up lowering motivation for some players during that time.
of course.
実はあそこによーく見るとサベージギアっていうメニューあるんだよね。
Oh yeah, Savage Gear, right up there, the top, that tab.
さあ、それがどういったごめんなさい、管理方法になるかは日本ファンフェスでお話しします。
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait for details. Sorry.
いや、
Isn't the
これ
Tokyo Fan Fest in
何
like
パッチかか
October?
けてのこうどうやってギアが成長していくかっていうダイアグラム作んなきゃいけないん
Yes, I'll
で、
wait.
仕様が固まってから完全にフィックスしてからじゃないとお伝えできない
It's on
ので、
Halloween!
詳細は日本でお話しします。
We're still in the process of, getting everything ready and deciding on all of the different features of this. So we want to make sure that we're finished with it before telling you. So that's why it's going to take a little bit more time. So please wait until Tokyo.
さあ、
Cool.
続いてはこちら。
These all feel.
All right,
well,
next up.
こうしたゲームデザインの変更を受けて、自分が今どの時点にいるのか、
What?
それからどの程度でアイテムレベルの大幅キャップ解放があるのか、それらを分かりやすくするためにも、まあ他のゲームでも採用されているシーズン制というのを14にも導入す
I
る予
think we've
定
got
で
a
す。
few
All right,
people
so
in the
to
community
coincide with
going
these
to the
changes, as
Berlin
well
one.
as make it
Dawn.
easier to discern increases in item level cap and the exact progression of your character, we'll be implementing something that you see a lot in other games, and that is a season system. Season?
I did see it said season 8.0
Season?
to 8.1.
Like free to play, season pass. extra fees. No.
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 No. What do you mean? What's the season?
いやいや、今講師に言われたけど、そのね、シーズンパスがあってね、皆さんにシーズンパス買ってくださいとか、追加料金あるなとか、これは何 F2P になるのかと。ないです。
Okay, so I know some of you might hear seasons and be like, oh my God, does this mean free to play? Does this mean that we have to buy a season pass? Absolutely not. No.
そういうもののためのシーズン制っていうことじゃないので、ご安心ください、まず。
So yes, please, rest easy. This is
I
not
think
what we
I
mean
think it goes to show what kind of games I play, because a lot of them do have season passes in them, but they're baked in and you get them for free. So I was expecting that, and it wasn't until they were like, pay for it? I was like, oh wait, what? They're doing, what are you doing?
by season. We're going to explain.
なので、皆さんには実はもうおなじみです。単純にパッチ単位っていうものだったのを、やっぱ分かりにくいので、新しいプレイヤーにとってみると、分かりやすくシーズンっていう呼び方にしようっていうだけです、これは。
And again, this is just to make it easier to understand what we're talking about. When you say patch, sometimes it can be confusing, especially if you have multiple patches as one kind of unit. So we're basically using the word season to make this a lot easier to understand.
まあ、そもそもこれまでも、偶数パッチでアイテムレベルの上限が大幅に解放されて、偶数パッチと奇数パッチで1シーズンみたいな、イメージだったと思います。
All right, so Final Fantasy XIV currently already runs on a 2-patch cycle, where you have the even patches, like the 0.0s, the 0.2s, and the 0.4s, and then you have that patch after it, the subsequent odd patch. And these 2 patches usually coincide with what we're going to call a season.
Okay.
だからこれまでも、これからもパッチっていうのは変わんないです。ちゃんとアップデートはメジャーアップデートしていきます。ただまあ、2パッチに、1回を大きな1個のシーズンと呼びますよというものだと思ってください。
So we're not getting rid of patches. We're still going to have patches like we normally do, but these blocks of 2 patches, the even patches and the odd patches, we're going to call these set of 2 patches a season.
なのでまあ、
So one season will last about half a year.
8.0、8.1 合わせて1シーズンみたいなイメージですね。
We'll get about
So again,
2
when
seasons a
EVERCOLD
year.
launches, 8.0 and 8.1, the patch that comes after, is going to be our first season in EVERCOLD.
まあちょっと、このパッチとパッチのね、スケジュールも若干長くなってるんで、もう短くする努力はできるだけします。もうちょっと具体的に詰まったらまたお話しますけど。
And also, right now, you know, the gap between patches has started to get a little bit bigger in these past few years. Hopefully, we're going to try to get those a little bit closer together in the coming years. But we'll have more on that in a future Fan Festival.
さあ、続いてゲームデザインの変更、こちらです。
All right, another way we're looking to evolve game design in Final Fantasy XIV is?
これまで長くファイナルファンタジー14皆さんと一緒にね、運営させていただいてきて感じたのは、まあ当たり前なんですけど、プレイヤーの皆さんが自分のキャラクターをどれだけ愛しているかということを改めて、強く感じています。
So if there is one thing that has been absolutely clear during my time with Final Fantasy XIV, it is how much all of you love your in-game avatars.
There is no game quite like FF14 when it comes to a player's adoration for their character. And it's because you can play as every job on that one character. You don't have to split your attention between like 10 different characters and intermittently pick a new main when that's the flavor of the month. Well, I'll play a Death Knight this month. They've had a new update in the pack. I'm going to go to my Rogue now. I'm going to go play my Mage. It's just, I'm going to play my Warrior of Light today. And you'll do that again and again and again, year after year after year. I'm with you, Kima. I love my Warrior of Light more than any other character I've ever played. Yeah, because you take them with you on this, emotional journey. They're the ones that you play, right? Think about how many hours you play as, like, these key characters in other video games. To mention a couple like The Witcher. you probably spend 100 hours playing as Geralt, and you come to admire him and love him, and you move on. But Final Fantasy XIV, you play the same character for thousands of hours, pending you are not constantly fantasiaing, but still, it's your Warrior of Light, isn't it?
まあ皆さんの分身である光の戦士がどのような格好をしているか、まあどれほど強いのか、またそれがね、他の人にどう魅力的に映っているのか、それが本当に重要なんだというふうに思ってます。
Again, how strong they are, how attractive they are, how appealing they are to both you and others. These are all very important to every Warrior of Light.
ですので、エバーコールドとそれ以降のパッチでは、プレイヤーキャラクターの進化、それから皆さんのキャラクターの個性作りなどをゲームデザインのより中心に持っていこうと考えてます。
So mobile
So with
centric.
EVERCOLD and the subsequent patches, we want to make sure that
And
your
it's so
player
different from
character can
anything
be
they've got in the
as
game at
unique
the minute,
as you are, and have made this a focal point of our game design choices moving forward.
では、キャラクターに関する進化変更についてお伝えしていきます。
All right, so let's talk about what we have in store.
まあ、他のこのアドベンチャラーアクティビティね、他のキャラクターだとあんな感じで、自分のね、中心のキャラクター、こう、いろいろポーズ変えたりとか、まあ背景はね、その場所、開いた UI の場所が表示されるんで、まあこんな感じになりますよというサンプルです。
Okay, and again, that changes start with even this new UI. See how we have the character there? We'll be able to make that character fully posable, so you can customize it based on how you're feeling at the time. Those backgrounds, that's where you're going, where you open it, that's going to be the background that you see, but the character will be fully customizable in this as well.
I wondered if, like, when you say, like, you go to change your main arm, I wondered if the character would move. So if you're about to change your weapon, the character would, like, hold the weapon out, and then you watch it change as you pick a different weapon in your inventory, and then they resume the stance you put them in. And then when you go to change the gloves, they hold their hands up, and then you watch the glove change. I don't know. That was kind of what I was imagining here, was that it would be a more interactive interface for equipping
では、キャラクターの進化について順番にお伝えしていきますが、1個目はまず、アーマリーシステムの進化です。
Okay, but that's just the beginning. The first thing we want to talk about today is an Armory system update. Whoa.
Oh my goodness, what?
長らく手を入れてこなかったこのアーマリーシステムですが、エバーコールドから大きな進化をさせていただきます。
Again, the Armory system is something that's gone pretty much untouched for the past 13 years.
ファイナルファンタジー14のアーマリーシステム、一人のキャラクターで全てのジョブがプレイ可能であるというのは非常に大きなメリットなので、まあ当然それはそのまま残ります。
So again, as you know, the Armor system sets us apart from other MMOs in that it allows players to experience multiple classes and jobs with just a single character. That's not going to change.
ただ、これまでは装備とかアイテムレベルはやっぱり共通ではなくて、基本的にはジョブごとにちゃんと成長させてくださいというのが今のアーマリーシステムです。
But again, that also means that gear and item level are also specific for each job. And this forces players who want to specialize in multiple jobs to gather gear and increase item level for each job separately.
新たなアーマリーシステムの進化として、ジョブのレベルそのものは今まで通り、それぞれのジョブレベルをちゃんと上げてくださいというのは変わらないです。
So in 8.0, jobs will still exist, and you'll still have to level them separately. But
ただし、アイテムレベルについては、最も高い、アイテムレベルのジョブの値を他のジョブにコピーできるようにします。
But now players will be able to reflect their highest item level to other jobs.
Whoa! What? Holy shit!
まあ、ただしですよ。ただし、まだ使用検討中ですけど、マテリアとかサブパラメーターとか、それぞれのジョブを究極に強くしたいって考えたら、それぞれのギアをちゃんと揃えてください。それは モチベーションをね、ちゃんと両方作りたいっていうことなので、
Drama is
Okay, we're still hammering
humongous.
out the details.
Crazy.
So, again, this won't include like stat boosts awarded by material. We still want players that really want to maximize things to have something that, gives them motivation for that.
Sure.
ただ、やっぱりこれまで、
I wonder
レイドの
if it'll be
ね
a
サベンジ
toggle
をヘルプしたいみたいな時になかなかね、アイテ
under
ムレ
your
ベル
like
ギア揃
job
わなく
tab.
てヘルプできないよみたいなことあったと思うんですけど、これまで以上に複数のジョブでプレイしやすくなると思います。
But for the majority of players, this new feature means that you now have more freedom to choose how
Good.
and what you want to play. For example,
Good.
maybe you wanted to help out, with a savage raid, but you didn't have the right gear. Or you wanted to go as one job, but it hadn't been leveled up and you wouldn't be able to go. Now,
詳細な仕様は今後さらにねお伝えしていきますが、このアーマリーシステム進化させてこれまで以上にたくさんのプレイスタイルを許容していきたいと思います。
again, we still have a lot of details to tell you in the future. But again, this is opening up the game for more players to play a lot of different ways rather than being kind of forced into one job. So please look forward to the information that we have in the coming months.
That is an awesome change. So then moving to weekly, the Armory
got a lot
system
more.
update.
続い
This
ては、
feels just
キャラクターアクションスキル
like
とい
some
う
of the what?
システムを導入します。
Next up, we're looking to introduce character action skins.
こちらはですね、皆さんの光の戦士、キャラクターをもうちょっとね、個性豊かにカスタマイズできるように、新たな報酬としてアニメーションを用意して、それによってですね、キャラクターをちょっと個性的にね、カスタムするみたいな遊びを想定
I
して
hope
ま
that
す。
also comes
So
with
via
idle
these new
poses.
rewards, players can now customize their characters with additional animations designed for specific player character actions. With this, you can further set apart your avatar from everyone else.
Cool.
バッごめんこれ、欧州で。
Come on. Sorry. Have to wait until Berlin.
Berlin,
It's July,
okay.
though.
Indian
まあちょっ
shock.
とね、
I
サ
mean,
ンプルが間に合わないんで。
the
We were
cinematic
gonna show it here,
trailer
but we couldn't get the
already
sample ready in
rocked me
time.
to my
Sorry.
core. Everything since then is
さ
just
あさん、まだ
is just
あり
extra,
ます。
and there's
But we
been a
have
lot
more.
extra.
次はですね、非常に細かいポイントになりますけど、キャラクターメイキングに関するお知らせです。
All right, and thirdly, we are planning on broadening character creation options.
Good. We were chatting a week ago today that I hope they don't
7.0 に
introduce,
て皆さんに本当に多大なご
you know,
協
like
力をいただい
a
た
new
グラフィ
race
ッ
or
クスアップデ
whatever,
ートを
and really
行わせ
focus
ていただ
on
いたことで
giving
シ
us
ステム
more
の
options
拡
in the
張という
character
のができ
creation
るように
menu.
なりました。
All right, so thanks to the massive graphical update we introduced back in 7.0, our character creation system is now capable of handling an even bigger load, so we will be offering much more in the way of customizing your
more?
in-game avatar.
Much more? What?
まあ、その
What do you
お
mean?
かげでですね、様々な部分でキャラクタ
How
ーにア
much
ップデ
more?
ートを
And
行って
where?
いきます。
What are we doing
So
with
here
this?
are a handful of some of the features that we're looking to add.
Color picker for eye, hair, and skin tone. Improved customization of eyes, lips, and addition of eyeshadow feature. Cool. Face paint layering.
かなり細か
Also
い
the
点が多
ability
いで
to
す。
toggle on and
I'll
off
say, so a lot
select
of these are
parts of
very,
individual
very,
gear pieces.
small things.
ただ、ごめん。残念ながら、バットスライダーじゃない。
Oh, we don't have any butt sliders? Sorry, no butt sliders. Yet.
Who asked for butt slap? Yet?
Oh, wow.
Hold up. Wait a second.
まあこんな感じの
Oh, wow.
今回ですね、
That is the most emo
今ま
Lala
で
that I've ever
決
seen.
められた
Spiked
カラーパ
collar.
レットからしか、例えば
Hell yeah.
髪とか肌とか目の色っていうのは変えられなかったんですけど、
Is that skin tone
カラーピ
currently
ッカーを
even
今回
possible
用
on
意
a
しますの
Makote?
で、ものすごい数の色を皆さ
If
ん
it
自
is,
身
I've
で
never
作
seen
ってください。
a Makote
So,
that red
up
before.
until now, hair color, skin tone, and eyes have all been, you had to choose from set presets. Now we're going to introduce a color picker for these three things, allowing you far more
Wow.
options to customize your character.
Wow, wow,
な
wow.
ので、今までできなかった色表現という
Time
の
to
が
make a Drow
相当
Elezen.
増えることになります。
Again, so colors that you couldn't have used before, now most of them are going to be open for use.
まあちょっとね、スクリーンショットだと分かり
That
にくいですけ
Rogan
ど、目
looks
の
like a
色も
toxic
かなり、ね、
Karen.
今回細かく、変えてます。
And again, it's hard to
They've
tell
done
in
it
the
dirty.
screenshot, but not just the skin tones and the hair color, but also the eyes as well.
こんな感じもできますね。
Yeah, like
Is
this
that-
as well.
Is that the Hulk? Hello? What?
まあなので、思い思い
And a
の
pink
個性
Makote? Oh, wow. So they're really letting you run wild with it, huh? Okay. I'm all for more customization. Yeah. This, I don't have a hot take. I don't have a hot take. Wimpy's already beaten me to it. FF14 going full FromSoft character creation. I hope that it doesn't, like, I think what I enjoy about FF14 especially is how grounded everyone looks and feels, and I can already imagine, you know, going to Limsa and there's like this bright green Rogadin, max height Rogadin, with like the most fluorescent red hair, looking like the sort of character that someone would make after hitting randomize a million times in a FromSoft game. I get that that's probably going to be the absolute minority, though. Do you know what I mean? Like Neon Ganon, you're saying this and I run around in a cherry pink frog outfit, but that's something that is weirdly predicated in the game itself as it is. I think it won't be a problem. I don't think it'll be a problem, but like I don't want to sound like a Debbie Downer, but it's I guess it's the idea of like, because I'm more story oriented, I suppose. I'd wonder where are the green Rogadin coming from? Where are the pink Makote coming from?
でね、楽しんでいただけたらなと
Like that is
思い
like
ま
a
す。
cherry
This is all
blossom
about
pink.
individuality and what you want to do and creating styles that were impossible before.
それからですね、続いて瞳とか唇とか、細かいカスタマ
I
イズ
think overall
アイ
it's
シャドウ
obviously
っ
great,
ていうの
but
があるので見てみましょう。
All right, next
I have
up, let's get a better look
some
at
very, very minor
improved
concerns.
iris and lip customization, as well as the new eyeshadow feature.
まずこれが
the
今
nice thing about
So
a
this-
world with magic means you can do whatever the F you want. Yeah. But then that we then have to start using that same application of that to other things. Do you know what I mean? Like if something isn't possible, then we have to say, well, with magic that should be possible. Do you know what I mean? Like we then have to use that as the guidepost.
This is now.
Now
This I'm very
こ
excited
んな
about.
感じになります。
I use face paints and eyeshadows on my aura, and it
かな
pisses
り
me
細
off
か
that
い
I
ですけ
can't.
ど、
And again, it's very
Stack
detailed.
multiple.
It's kind of hard to tell, but if you look closely,
これ瞳孔、瞳の瞳孔とか、それからハイライト、まあハイライト強く入れるとか、もうハイライト入らないようにするとか、かなり細かい調整できるようになり
so
ます。
like iris size, the highlights around the eyes, whether you want it off or on or stronger or lighter.
で、目周り全体にアプローチちょっと入れたスクリーンショットを用意してます。
And we have a screenshot that shows a close-up of the face as well.
こんな感じもできますね。
You can do it like this as well. You can see around the eyes.
だからもう
And we're
最近
seeing
流行りのメイク、まあ例えばリッ
Well,
プ
to me, what looks like more specular highlights on the
アイ
lips
シャ
as
ドウ
well.
とか
Would you not
チー
agree?
クとかペイントの重ね合わせみたいなことが、さらにねキャラクターの個性
Like the
引き出
dye
せる
on the
カス
lips,
タマ
the
イズっていうのが可
lipstick
能になります。
in the
And so,
previous
again,
photos
things like
looks
lip
very matte.
glossiness or eyeshadow
Oh,
or being able
there
to
you go. He
layer
just
the
mentioned the
face
glossiness.
painting all these different things we are planning on adding to have you be able to customize your character even more.
そして
I like
一
that a
部
lot.
装備品特定パーツのオンオフっていう機能も実装されます。
All right, and finally, I mentioned toggling on and off certain parts on pieces of gear. Let's take a look at that.
これが今の状態です。
Okay, so this is what we have now.
まあスイッチをオフにすると
You switch
まあ、パーツ
off.
を消すに
Wow.
まあ斜め掛けの革
That
ベルト
is-
片当て草釣
That's
りなんかを
huge.
まあヘルメッ
Do
ト
you
の
reckon this is something that
開閉
they sort of, when they were figuring out how to create the die channels for some of the older gear, they realized, oh, actually, while we're here, like we can flag this as a piece, and toggle that. This might be one of the things I'm most excited about. Playing on my Aura, and even earlier today, I was over in my Glamour Dresser, and I was trying to find a new chest piece to equip for my Dragoon. And a lot of the ones I found that looked really cool, unfortunately, had these really large spiked shoulders. And when I would then wield my spear, the spike would go through one side of my head and pop out the other side, and I just thought, oh, I wish I could get rid of that. So seeing this is crazy. But look, it's not just that. Like, you lose the crossbody buckle belt. You lose the bit down here as well. Like, that is seriously impressive. You know, having played other leading MMOs on the market, which I would say, objectively, clear FF14 when it comes to prior to maybe the 2-die channel system, clear it in terms of Guild Wars 2 especially, your ability to customize your gear. This is leapfrogging them to an extent now, I would say. I yearn for them to do a full-on Armory overhaul where you can just collect everything and there's no limit.
オンオフと同じようなものだと思ってください。
That
So you
if
can
they were
see
to
that for
announce
this
that
piece of gear,
for
we are able
8.0,
to turn off as a set the leather belt, the shoulder pauldrons, and the tassets at the waist.
they may as well
So you can think of this along the
have me on a
lines of what
yearly
you can already
sub
do with your helmet
for-
and the
forevermore,
visors.
to be honest
It's that
with you.
kind of thing. You can on, off. So all on or all off like this.
まあ鎧以外もちょっとスクリーンショット持ってきました。
We have something that's also just not armor as well. Like all the other gear will have this.
あこんな感じです。
So like this.
Wow. Wow. Look at the dress. Wow. Wow. That is... That's pretty good.
まあ
That is pretty good.
季節とかシチュエーションとか気分とかに合わせて一層、個性豊かなね表現というのができるようになるんじゃない
Ike,
かなと
right?
思い
And
ま
I
す。
feel like that
And
is
so now you have the freedom to better coordinate
that is
your
almost
look based on the
foreshadowing that they've got
seasons, your mood,
plans.
or whatever.
ほ
Alaziri, yeah, so to touch more on this, like, yeah, maybe going down the lore avenue isn't the most appropriate thing. I saw it mentioned earlier in chat, the idea that for the longest time, glamour was restricted because of job identity. And now this sort of feels like them saying, okay, you know what, we've removed that hurdle. Now we're just going to open the floodgates and let you go crazy with it. Whereas I appreciated a level of having the guardrails up. Like something that I wish they hadn't done, and I probably am in the minority here, and I'm not going to, make a big point out of it, is I do wish that some of the more job-specific gear, so, I don't know, like a summoner's horn, for example, I'd have thought and I would have hoped that things like a summoner's horn would only be able to be glamoured as a summoner. But like you can play a dragoon with a summoner's horn, and I mean, I don't feel strongly enough about it that I'm going to go make a rage post on YouTube about it. Like I don't ultimately care that much. But it's just one of these things where well, we'll see. I don't care enough to be upset about it. It's more, I'm concerned about how much it will affect my own immersion in the game. That's all.
で、これなんですけど、8.0 でこれらね、機能を入れますけど、このキャラクターカスタマイズのアップデートは 8.X シリーズ、8.0 だけじゃなくて 8.1、8.2、8.3 でもいろいろなカスタムの幅増やすアップデートを今進行中なので、
August, I
メジャー
know,
ア
I
ップデート
know.
にもぜひ期待してください。
Okay, so the options that I just showed here, these are all planned for an 8.0 release. But updates to character customization is something that we plan on continuing throughout the 8.x series. So in 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, we'll have even more things. Yoshida-san? Yoshida-san? Butt slider? 8.2? No?
わかったわかったわかったわかった。I'll try.
Aiki, that's a good way of viewing it, I suppose.
さあ、まあ、以上のよ
I
うに
think
です
I'm
ね、こ
thinking
れまで
about
以
it
上
in
に
the more
皆さん
memeable
の
way.
プレイモチベーション
Like from a self-expression point of view, if you want to say, "Oh, I'm an aura from the 4th, and we can be neon pink there," sure. Like, I ultimately, I think it's going to be, absolutely fine. I think I'm thinking about like the worst case scenarios where people just make like the most outrageous looking characters with the most vibrant colors possible. But yeah, that will probably be something that I will never be privy to unless I accidentally teleport into Lims's seedier side. So I do think 99.99% of it will be absolutely fine. And I do like the idea that, yeah, like you can view these more eccentric color schemes, like having a, I don't know, like a neon green Makote. Sure. Whatever. And before someone makes an alphabet alt, 100%. Someone's probably already got the character ready to go.
上げるようにですね、光の戦士自身を中心としたゲームデザインというのを加速させていきたいと思ってます。
Ultimately, these changes are about making sure that you, the Warrior of Light, are the centerpiece of your adventures in Final Fantasy XIV, and we are committed to taking strides to see that happen.
Oh, Garland, yeah.
めちゃくちゃ長くなってますけど、次行きましょう。
Again, I know we've gone over a lot, but we're not even close to being done.
続いてはもちろんシステムだけじゃなくて
Ever
コンテンツ
evolving
自体も
content.
進化させていきます。
Again, the evolution
Look who it is.
of Final Fantasy XIV doesn't stop with game design. We're also looking to improve upon our in-game content.
Okay.
まずこちら。
Starting with this.
Improving
Public
public
field.
fields.
パブリックフィールドこれまで以上に
Elaborate,
パブリッ
please,
クフィールド
Mr.
の
Yoshi
体
P.
験遊びというのを向上させていこうと思ってます
So again, we want to improve player experience in the public field areas.
よりダイナミックなイベントとかエリアそのものを全体攻略するみたいな、遊び概念を導入していく予定になってます
And that means adding more dynamic events and more content for players to try out in each area in order
Good.
to truly master those areas.
Good. I hope they do something with the fate
これま
system.
でどうしてもねこうマッチングベースだったがゆえにパブリックフィールドの活用が
Harry
我々
Oldman,
僕自身やっぱりおろ
extreme
そかになっていたのでそこに手を入れていくつもりです
And again, with the majority of daily player activity being relegated to the duty finder, public fields can feel kind of lonely and underused, and that's our fault.
でたくさんの
I
人数で
remember
戦
early
っ
on
た
in
時の
Dawn Trail, I
例えばバフや
was
デバフの表示上限の問題などにも今
in
積極的に
Charloni,
手を
and
入
I'm
れてい
talking
こうとし
week
てますので
2 of release.
ぜひご期待ください
And again, we want to fix that,
I was
creating more
flying
exciting
around
dynamic
farming
content. And of course,
minerals
we'll be
and
working
stuff.
on making sure that those areas
I
remain
remember
stable.
thinking,
We don't
"There's
want any
no one
problems
here."
with too many debuffs
It
crashing
was
the servers.
dead.
Right?
And that was kind of depressing, honestly. 1 week after a new MMO expansion to be flying around in a zone and there's no one there. That's why I like doing hunt trains at the beginning.
To improve how quests are played.
Final Fantasy XIV
Hunt trains at the beginning of an expansion launch. That's the stuff.
So Final Fantasy XIV and the Final Fantasy series is one that takes its stories seriously and puts a big emphasis on stories.
ただ、システム的なサポートはあえて極端にはしないようにしてきました。
And that means we've avoided a lot of system-side guidance seen in many other modern games when it comes to progressing through main and side quests.
Okay.
より快適にですね、ストーリーを進めて
I
いた
don't
だ
know
く
what
ため
they're
にも、
getting at, but
今
I'm
回は
curious.
システム面にも手を入れ
Hey,
る予定なんで
Snowbites,
す
thank you for
が、
the £10 super
スケ
chat.
ジュールが大変今苦しい状態
I'm
になって
very,
ます
very excited.
So moving forward, we plan on introducing some quality of life features that will help ease the burden of questing.
I'm
That said,
so
we have a
curious
lot
about
on our
this.
shoulders right now, so
Don't say
な
Berlin.
ので、ごめんなさい、これも欧州で話させてください。
we'll have more come Berlin.
まあもちろん、バトルコンテンツも進化させていきます。
And of course, we'll be evolving our battle content as well.
Get Berlin. I didn't think I would be
まあこれ
offended
ら
by
既存のバトルコンテンツも進化させてい
Get
くんですが、
Berlin, but man, I am. Adding a third. Let me read it before you start hoovering and hollering.
ノーマルとサベージっていう2つのね、難易度でやってきた。
Adjusting progression routes to 24 person. Adding all new types of
そ
battle
の上じゃないで
content.
す。中間に当たる3つ目の難易度、追
This
加
all
させていただ
sounds
きます。
great.
Okay, so up until now, 8-man raids have been limited to 2 difficulty levels, normal and savage.
Ike,
With
that's what I
EVERCOLD,
thought.
we're going to
I
be
feel
adding
like
a
14
third
is super
difficulty level,
supportive.
not above, but in between the two.
Okay.
やっぱりノーマルは 85% ぐらいの人がクリアしてくれるんですよ。
I'm curious about that. Mid-core. Okay. I've not really done a lot of it Savage. Would people say that the jump from normal to Savage is kind of like when you're going up the stairs and you think, I can do 3 steps at once. It's like, oh shit, oh, I've sprained something in my thigh. So I shouldn't have done that. Whereas this is like, you can take 2 steps. Okay. I know it's a weird analogy, but you know what I mean, right? Right, okay. Interesting.
でもサベージってまあ多い時でも 20% とかなんで、この差をやっぱり埋めたい。もっとたくさんの人に上にチャレンジしていただくためにも
I like it.
習慣を作りたい。
I'm
それがまず
curious
一つ
to see
目
if
の
you
理由
can
です。
party
So
finder
again, if
this,
you
or
look
not party
at
finder,
the clear
duty
rates
finder.
of our normal raids, it's about 85% for normal. But when you get up to Savage, it's only about 20% max.
That's more
So
than
what
I
we
was
want is a
expecting.
way to shore up this difficulty gap between the two.
That is more than I was I thought Savage would have been 15, 10, 15. 20 feels pretty damn healthy.
Bring new ways.
And I say that because, no offense, hopefully I know people take this term as an offensive term. I think a lot of people who play 14 are quite casual and aren't necessarily pulled in by hard content. So to hear that 20% are clearing it, 20% of the people who tried versus the 85% average, I still think that's a solid chunk.
Is for more players to experience these raids and improve their gear.
Hell yeah.
ただもちろん
I think
報
anything
酬ど
that
うなるのか
helps
気になると思うんですけど、
make
さっ
the
きね
on-ramp more
新しい
accessible
アイ
for
テムレベル
people,
の成長
the
概念を入れ
less
ますっていう
people will be
話を
put
した
off
通
by
り、
trying
そ
harder
の
content.
ノーマルとサベージの間の
Like if you can help people get to
コンテンツ
normal,
難易度をプレイ
bring
し
them
て
through
って
this new
ギアを
mid-core,
成長させる
mid-level,
みたいなルートをちゃ
that
んと
makes
作ることで、
Savage more of a
どう遊んで
possibility
も
for
ギ
them.
アがね成長させていけられるみたいなのを目指して、この2つ目の難易度を作ろうと思ってますので、より多くの方に楽しんでいただけるように、頑張っていきます。
And again, what you're probably all thinking is about what are the rewards going to be for like for this. And again, it's all about creating that third route that allows more players to have that opportunity to improve their gear and their item levels. And this is going to be one of those routes.
Hey, gonna have a lovely time at the Berlin Fanfest.
当たる絶アルティメットもこれまで同様にちゃんと開発していきます。
But don't worry, hardcore gamers, we still have Ultimate for you. And we're going to continue updating Ultimate as well.
Something I really want to run soon
開発し続けるんですね。
is
ごめんごめん、聞こえ
the
ない。
chaotic
Ultimate 絶
Cloud of Darkness raid.
We won't forget about
I
the
don't know if
hardcore
anyone would
gamers.
like to do that on
What?
stream one day. Maybe we can do it
It's
not
okay,
next
I got
Thursday, but the Thursday after. We can try and do
すいません、
Cloud
こ
of
の8人
Darkness.
レイド、より
people want
詳
to?
細なね、難易度の設計とかっていうのは、すいません、書かれている通り、欧州ファンフェスで発表させてください。
And like it says there, we'll have more about these new
We'll have to
in-person
get
raids in this
a
third
sign up
difficulty
sheet
level
in the
Berlin.
Discord.
それ
Lemon,
から2番目の項目、アライアンス
Hell yeah.
レイド、まあ非常にね、多くの方にプレイ
Again,
してもらってるんですけど、
I'll quickly pause. I've had the pleasure of doing the hardest content in certain MMOs in the past. Mythic raiding. Admittedly, not a whole lot, but I did mythic raiding in the World of Warcraft. I've done heroic raids, normal raids. I've done some... I did some savage in 14. Not enough to say that I'm a savage raider. But I think demystifying the brutality of these harder game modes makes it more accessible for people who might initially find themselves put off by the idea of hardcore content, because they might self-associate as a casual player, and casual players don't do the hardest content in the game. But really, it's very much pattern recognition, it's memorization, and dare I say, a lot of it comes down to having a good leader. If you've got someone on voice saying, okay, now go here. Okay, the boss is now doing this. Go here. It becomes not easy, but it becomes easier. And I feel like including a new difficulty option will allow people to sort of like dip their toes in the water, as it were, and realize, oh, I quite like this actually. And then when they get to Savage, it's less of the leap, isn't it? The social aspect is definitely what keeps me away from it. I know that in our own Discord, we've had what began as, and I hope these guys don't mind me calling them thus, because I think they self-identified as this. We had a group of pretty casual players who would get together and run maps together, right? And that became their thing. They'd meet up once or twice a week and run maps. And that was sort of it. Maybe they'd run some old content to get some old mounts or whatever. But I've noticed recently, Sand has been guiding this once casual group of individuals into running the most up-to-date current extreme content in the game. And having watched that from the periphery, as these... I'll quote Pi here. Pi says, oh, 100%, we are effing casual. Now look at us and all of our wings. And I think, if you guys don't mind me saying, I think what allowed you to transition from, again, being casual, in parentheses, you know, quotations, into doing current extreme content, getting your wings and what have you, is because that barrier to entry wasn't really there anymore, because you had someone who could take care of that social aspect. Having Sand there to sort of guide you and sort of be the touchstone to say, oh, no, I know what to do. Follow my lead. I'll show you what we need to do here, is such an important part of getting into that kind of content. So I'm not going to speak on behalf of anyone, but if anyone ever did want to try and get into harder content, don't be a stranger in the Discord. This isn't like some sort of company mandated, you know, you must sign up and do raids in the Discord. But if you really are serious about trying out raiding content or more difficult content, just go in the Discord and have a chat. Hey, because that will no doubt lead you into hopefully getting to try these things out.
長いと時間が
As for
that's what I'm
alliance
saying,
raids,
though.
Understand that these
Once casual,
can
but
prove
now
to be quite the
they've
time sink for a lot
transcended
of players.
to doing
なので
extremes.
これ規模は下げません。より楽しんでもらえるようにしますけど、
Hey, Oppo, how are
進
you?
行方法を大胆に変えます。
But we have no plans to shorten the length of the raids, but we're exploring ways that we can change up raid progression so as to alleviate the time burden on you.
で、ここアライアンスレードを使ってというか、アライアンスレードで作ったボスとかを使って、
Would be
新
for them
しい
to
ギアを
have
成長させる要素とかも今考えているので、それら含めて日本ファンフェスでお伝えさせてください。
some
And we have a
realistic.
lot of new content attached to this, ways to raise your item level via.
Something that I'd like to see them do, and again, I might be on the minority here when I say this, is I'd like to see maybe shorter raids, shorter raids as a whole, because if you don't necessarily gel with a particular style, so if you didn't really enjoy the wrestling storyline of the Arcadian, well, suck it up. This is all you've got for 2 years. Hopefully the next raid will satiate you. I'd like to see them dabble in smaller contained raids, so like 3 separate raids, which are one wing as we know them now, to tell these 3 separate stories for them to sort of experiment more with different locales and stuff. You know? Andy has not finished heavyweight. I've not done heavyweight yet. No, not yet. Not yet. I also hope that the Alliance raid is in universe. Not to say I didn't like FF11, because I haven't finished it yet, but I'd love to see the Alliance raid be
bosses, but again, we can't talk too much about it yet.
in universe
and
for
we're
a
going to talk
change.
more about that in Tokyo.
まあもちろんこれまでにないタイプのコンテンツというのもお届けしていきますので、ぜひこれからまた 8.0 で始まっていく新しいバトルコンテンツ、ぜひご期待ください。
Again, we have a lot of new content planned as well. We'll be talking about that soon, so please look
I'm curious about what the all new types of battle content is.
今日ここでお知らせする
I wish they could have elaborated more on what the open world sections would look like. Again, I'd love for them to overhaul
Okay, and last but
the
not
fate
least,
system.
for our game design updates, today we have the following announcement.
それがこちらです。
There we go.
Okay. Cross world,
新生ファイナルファンタジー14
cross
から
region.
13年、本当に大変長くお
New
待た
Zealand's
せ
on
し
the
ま
map.
した。
After 13 long years, we're finally introducing
いよいよですね、リージョン内フリーマッチングが
Wow.
実現します。
region player matching.
There we go.
これによりですね、同一リージョンの全ワールドから、自由にマッチング可能になります。
This means player matching will now include all worlds across an entire region.
Cool.
ひとまず、
I reckon these are like little incremental steps to lead to cross region stuff, Dawn, is my guess.
All right, so I want to show you what I mean with an example from the US, the EU, and Japan.
まあ今こんな感じで、いくつかのリージョンには複数のデータセンターが、存在していて、その
If you're a
中に、
materia, nothing
ワール
changes.
ド軍というのが存在してました。
All right, so in each of our regions, we have
Sorry.
several data centers that each contain several different worlds.
まあそしてマッチングっていうのはこのデータセンターごとにマッチングしてました。
So up until now, player matching has been limited to worlds that exist in only the same data center, like this.
まあこれが今で
But
すね、
now,
This is now.
今回の進化によりこの複数データセンターが存在する場合のこのデータ
I
センタ
think
ーの間にある
because
壁
in EU, of course,
but
there's
soon we will have
there's only 2
succeeded in
data centers,
removing
isn't there?
that
So
barrier between
I've
data
never
centers
really felt the
in the
need
same
for
region.
this. But I imagine US players, this has got to be humongous, right? Like, this has got to be way bigger for the US players. Oh, is Chaos also suffering in EU? I'm out of the loop.
Yep, and this includes
It's bad on Chaos
Party
Raid.
Finder as well.
Wait, is that 11 million% crit?
まあこれまで本当、
Hell yeah.
例えばまあレイドのね攻略が盛んなデータセンターへ
Can they show that same graphic for Materia,
ワールド
please?
トラベルが集中するなど本当に長らくご迷惑をおかけしました。
I'd
In the
love,
past, we've
even
seen
if
a
it's
lot
just
of
a
players
meme,
forced
they ban some
into using the
Materia.
data center travel systems to specifically play on raid-focused servers. Sorry about that, but
ただし今回の進化によって複数のデータセンターが
That's huge.
存在するリージョンではデータセンターの壁を越えて同一リージョン内すべてのワールドからマッチングそしてパーティー募集ワールド間テレポも全部自在にできるようになります。
so now with same region matching, all worlds in the region are open up for player matching, party finder, and world visits, meaning more options for players without having
This
to
is
switch
this
data
is a bit of a
centers.
tangent, but I bring it up because it involves traveling to a different world. I hope they overhaul S ranks.
When?
Yeah,
At the
wanna know
beginning of
when,
Dawn
right?
Trail, I wanted to try and farm S ranks to get the really cool mount you get for killing what, like 1,000 or 2,000 of them. And I remember asking, guys, how do I kill S ranks? What do I do? And the response was, oh, you have to join this Discord and wait for an alert, and then you travel there. I was like, okay, sure. See what I can do. So I plant myself over in Gridania. I wait by the Aetheryte, and I get a ping on Discord. Oh, travel over here. Okay, I'll do that. Da-da-da, travel over there. Da-da-da, run over. I get to the spot where the S rank apparently is, and its corpse is there. I go, oh, too slow. Back I go. While I'm making my way back, oh, another ping. Oh, but I'm making my way back to my data set. So I've got to go back to there, back to Odin. Then I've got to go from Odin over there, teleport to here, another corpse. Oh, okay. Well, I'll just go back to Odin. Oh, a ping has gone off. I'll ignore that. Get back to Odin. Wait for another ping. Another ping. Corpse again. I killed one in like every 10 teleports. That is insane. That's crazy. How is your average Joe meant to kill S ranks? And I'm sure the like hunt elitists will be like, get on our level, get a better internet connection. But like, that's crazy that it is so inaccessible, even when following all of these steps.
Hey, Yoshi,
Right?
When?
Nice, that's cool. Hunt trains themselves are fun, I will admit. I like hunt trains, but S ranks?
リージョン内のフリーマッチングシステムですが、
How are you meant to kill 2,000?
パッチ 7.5X、パッチ 7.5 の途中で、テストを開始します。
The best thing is you won't have to wait long for this. Development is currently wrapping up, and we hope to have our first stress test happen sometime in 7.5x.
Nice.
まず申し訳ないです。どうしても我々開発チームが日本にあるので、日本で念入りにテストをさせていただきます。
Again, we apologize. Our dev team is in Japan, so our first test is going to happen in Japan, so we can make sure everything is...
で、細かいバグなどがフィックスできたタイミングで、すぐにですね、北米、欧州、それから中国で順次公開していきます。
I get they're supposed to take a long time, but I think especially now that they're talking about
And then once we have determined
moving to the
that there are
weekly
no bugs and
cycle,
everything is
letting
safe,
people play how
after
they
Japan is
want
done,
to,
next up is America, then
lowering
EU,
the
then China.
barrier for entry to some of these achievements. Not like
we hope to
kill
have
10
everything
S
done
ranks and get a cool
before
mount. Like that
EVERCOLD even
doesn't
begins.
fix anything.
詳細なテストスケジュールの
But even just having like an invulnerability window
皆さんにアナウ
on
ン
an
ス
S
詳
rank,
細出させていただき
which
ますので、
expires after
もう
5
少し
minutes,
そのスケジュールの詳
so
細
at
お
least
待ち
then
いただけれ
everyone
ば
can
幸い
get
です。
there,
All right, and so we'll
tag it,
update
and then
you
move
all
on.
as soon as we have a detailed schedule on when that Japanese test begins and when we're going to begin expanding. We'll have details very soon.
Like not everyone can sit at the Aetheryte 12 hours a day. Do you know what I mean?
さて、まあ怒涛の勢い
Right
で
now, I
い
maybe
ろい
get
ろ
an
お
hour,
話ししてき
hour
た
and
ん
a
ですが、
half a day
さあこ
to
れで終わ
play
り？
games.
じゃあもちろんあり
I
ません。
couldn't imagine
Okay, we're
spending
finally
that
finished.
time just
Or
sat at
are
an
we?
Aetheryte. Because then you don't do your daily front lines.
さあ再び
You're not
エ
doing
ヴァーコールドの
trials.
具体的な内容に戻り
You're
ま
just
しょう。
waiting to
It
kill an
turns
S
out I
rank.
still have a lot more to tell you about EVERCOLD.
Oh, okay. I love that art. Wow. Look at that.
エクスパンション拡張パッケージといえば、まあやっぱり新ジョブ皆さん楽しみ
What we
に
do, we
してい
do a
ると思います
tank
が、
and
今回も2つ新しいジョブを2つ追加します。
Okay, and of course, a new expansion means new jobs, and just like 7.0, we're planning to introduce 2 new jobs.
they are
with
still
8.0.
doing 2. Wow. I said during 7.4, I wouldn't be surprised if they lower it to 1.
Okay, what's the roles then?
1つはタンクです。
Tank? Okay, good.
もう1個は DPS です。
Oh, another's a DPS? What kind of DPS?
Ranged?
DPS は、は
What kind?
It's gotta be,
DPS?
because we just had
DPS?
い
Viper.
やまあ DPS は物理レンジ DPS です。
Oh, physical
Physical range.
DPS. Range.
熱い。
It's hot. What? Are you taking up? Hey. Guess who's back?
They're normally quite cryptic, though, aren't they? I don't think that's
Screen capture
necessarily
right now.
insinuating there's going to be a dual-wielding shield tank job.
この2つのジョブ、どちらも14オリジナルのジョブになります。
Okay, so I can tell you that
ど
both
んな
of these
ジョブになるのか、ぜひ想像をいろいろしながらお待ちください。
both of these new jobs are FF14 originals as opposed to legacy FF jobs.
Okay.
And
ただ一つ目のジョブは欧州です。
but sorry, first job is going to be announced
Sure.
in Berlin. So you know the
So they're
rules.
originals.
あのね、
If I heard that correctly, they're originals. They're not. They're not based on anything.
Okay, so I can tell you that
ど
both
んな
of these
ジョブになるのか、ぜひ想像をいろいろしながらお待ちください。
both of these new jobs are FF14 originals as
ごめん、開発
Hell yeah.
中すぎてまだね、
Cool.
動画ができてないのよ。
What would we like to see then? FF14 originals. I mean, honestly, maybe it is as simple as it being a dual-wielding shield tank, powered by Garlean technology, and you use like rocket-propelled shields. Like, imagine pointing a shield at somebody, and then like a cannon blasts out the back, and you essentially punch them with your shield, like a, I don't know, gun shields? Do you know what I mean? Two-handed shield? Magitech gun shields. I think that's where I'm at. Magitech gun shields is where I'd be. Given the Norse theme and it being physical ranged, I'm thinking of an axe thrower role. Yeah, I'd go with that. I'd go with that. My guess is there's probably going to be one that's closer to home. It was Sage and Reaper, wasn't it, in Endwalker? So Reaper was of Garlemald, and Sage was, of course, of Sharlayan. You got Viper and Pictomancer, where Viper was of Taral, and Pictomancy was, well, not explicitly of Taral elsewhere. So my guess is, again, one of them will be predicated in the new zone, and another will be hinged on something that we're familiar with. So yeah, that could be it. I'd love to see like a tech tank. And I think them having, imagine like a, what's her name? Vi from Arcane. Or should I say League of Legends, but I know her from Arcane. Using like these ridiculously large, like gauntlets, which essentially double up as shields for the sake of tanking. I think that's kind of where I'm at. I want Gaia and her hammer. Do you think Gaia would... I don't know. You think Gaia would be a tank with the hammer? Or a DPS? I want Nero and his hammer. Since the shirt's always roundabout, there's a pretty good theory going around that Guess Who's Back is an Eminem reference and the job is a Marshall. Is Marshall already an old Final Fantasy job, though? Because they did say they're original. So...
Yeah, we're still so early in development, we don't even have any videos of the jobs in play yet, so...
No, Marshall, like... Marshall Mathers.
ここで大体ね、基調講演終わりなんですけど、ジョブに関しても、
Not Marshall like
実は
martial arts.
めちゃくちゃ大きな進化が予定されてます。
But speaking of jobs, we have another major evolution in store for you in this department.
Okay. Major evolution?
Hmm?
New system?
New system? Oh.
What? Reborn mode and evolve?
ざわざわしてきます。ざわざわしてきます。
Everybody's like, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, what is going on?
新たなジョブシステムとして、リボンモード、それからエボル
I'm
ブ
not
モード
reading
っていう
chat, but I just saw it
全
go.
く新しい概念が、今回 8.0 で実装にな
Clearly,
り
you
ます。
guys are excited,
we're
but I don't want
looking
to read in case
change up
there's
how
any
you play Final
teasers.
Fantasy XIV with the introduction of an all-new job action system, which consists of two modes, Reborn mode and Evolved mode.
じゃあこのリボンとエボルブ、一体何のことなのか、
I'm
そこか
getting
ら説明してい
goosebumps
き
in
ます。
So
anticipation.
you're probably wondering what these two modes are, so let me explain.
皆さん落ち着いて聞いてくださいね。
Okay, calm down.
My
Let's get
dream
to the
is
end.
that it's going to be like
Relax.
Relax.
one mode is
Relax.
simple,
We've got
the
a
other
lot
one
to
is more
tell you.
complex.
まず、今のファイナルファンタジー14、7.0 までに実装されたバイパーとピクトマンサーを含め、通常のバトルジョブとしては21ジョブ。それにエクスト
I
ラ
know
の
a
青
lot
魔
of
同士を入れ
people,
て、合
myself
計
included,
22ジョブ
have
存
wanted
在
to
して
move
ます。
away from the
Okay, so
homogenization
currently
which
in
has
Final
happened.
Fantasy XIV, we
I don't
have
know if
the
that's what they're
21
looking to do.
Disciples of War and Magic, these combat jobs. We have 21 jobs, and that's including Viper and Pictomancer from 7.0, plus one limited job, Blue Mage, for a total of 22 battle jobs.
今回のリボーンとエボルブは、青魔同士、それから間もなく実装となる魔獣使いのエクストラの2ジョブには対応してません。
Okay, so the two battle modes that we just talked about, Reborn and Evolved, will only be available for the 21 jobs and not the limited jobs of Blue Mage and the upcoming Beastmaster.
Okay. Him going, oh, it was
I mean, it's limited,
hilarious.
so it's limited.
ここからは通常21ジョブをベースに説明します。
Okay, so today we're talking about these modes for these 21 jobs.
じゃあまず、リボーンは何かとい
Okay.
うと、これまでのファイナルファンタジー14、21ジョブのアクション、それから今皆さんがね、使
I'm
っている基
excited,
本ロー
but
テーションな
certainly a
どを
little bit
そのまま
apprehensive.
のモードとしたのが、リボーンモードというものになってます。
Okay, so what exactly are these modes? So we're going to start off with the Reborn mode.
Okay.
And basically, Reborn mode is what we have now. The
Yeah.
actions and battle action rotations that you've been used to since A Realm Reborn.
まあこれは、そう、レルムリボーンというほら、申請からこのジョブシステム始まってるので、名前をリボーンにしますよということです。
And again, that's where the name comes from. We're calling it the Reborn mode, not because it's reborn, but because it's been around since A Realm Reborn.
で、これはリミテッドジョブを除く、すべての今ある21ジョブにリボンモード存在します。
And so all 21 jobs will be getting adjustments and upgrades for 8.0, but for all intents and purposes, this mode exists for all those 21 jobs.
この21ジョブのリボン
I
モード
appreciate that
は
they're using Dragoon imagery here
8.0
because
の
I
調整
play
とか
Dragoon a
アッ
lot,
プグレード
so
を行って皆さんが今プレイしている基本ローテーションなどはこれまでのものをなるべく維持して継続実装されるモードだと思ってください。
And again, we're going to be doing updates like every expansion for these 21 jobs for this mode. Basically like what we always do. Reborn mode is what you know, what we've had before, with very little changes to it.
これにこのリボンモードに加えて今回 8.0 からは既存21ジョブすべてにエボルブモードを実装します。
But the real change here is apparent with evolved mode, which is also available for all 21 existing jobs.
I'm very excited, guys. Okay, emphasizing individuality.
Okay. まずリボンモードとエボルブモード。エボルブは今までの、リボンとは異なるジョブアクションのローテーションになってます。なので基本別物です。
So what is different? First off, that biggest difference is we're going to have all new action rotations, different from the existing ones in the reborn mode.
そしてですね、今より少ないキーとかボタン使用数になるように重視してます。
The next big change is that it will have fewer keystrokes or button presses, fewer inputs.
でね、これを言うと、なんだよ、イージーモードかよみたいな。
One of the things I really didn't like about playing Picto is that there was so much button bloat. And I don't know if other Picto players can relate to this. But I had like 5 different... that's probably a bit hyperbolic, but I had like 5 different buttons that would be grayed out. And then every now and then one of them would light up. But they never lit up at the same time. And it was like, well, couldn't these have all been homogenized into like one big Picto button? Like why do I have 5 different buttons when I can only do one at a time? Do you know what I mean? That really annoyed me. Hello, Cursed. Welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Too much about the Lord. Oh, thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Welcome on in, Cursed. Get yourself in here.
勘違いされる方いるかもしれません。
But I know, again, looking at this, what some of you might think right off the bat is, oh, so it's just an easy mode. No.
エボルブモードっていうのは、リボンモードを簡略化したりとか、簡単操作でプレイできるっていうものではない
To me,
です。
this
In
seems
no
like
way
a way
is
for
evolved mode
them.
a simplified, watered-down version of reborn mode.
まあ、現代のね、ゲームプレイ
If they made overarching changes which couldn't then be walked back, then that is just one way to get your player base to hate you. It's, I've played a summoner for 13 years. You've made changes here and there, and, you know, I've lived with it, but this is a step too far. Give me my old summoner back. We can't do that. Sorry. Like, this is like the perfect way for them to balance not only those who are happy and content with where they're at, but then
プレイのプレイフィールにより
this
合
watching
わ
us
せ
on
るため
YouTube,
に
yeah.
できる限りキーの数を少なくしたりとか
They made a comparison to
パッドでよ
Star
り快
Wars
適に遊べるっていう工夫は
Isn't that the
やってる
game
ん
where
です
they
けど、リ
basically
ボンとエボルブは別のもので
did
す。
that? They revamped
Again,
everything,
to
and
give
people were like,
games a
yeah,
more modern
this sucks.
feel. A lot of games have recently taken to introducing modes that kind of feature streamlined controls.
で、まあ
Hey,
どうしても
one
ね
good
こう
thing came out of
パサ
Star
パサで
Wars
失礼なんですけど
Galaxies
こう
then.
ストリートファイター6のほら
This new
クラシック
system.
とモダンってね想像されると思うんですけどそうではないです。
And so take, again, Street Fighter VI, for example. It has its classic mode and modern control schemes. And you may be thinking that our reborn and evolved modes are similar to this, but that is not the case.
まあなのでリボンモードの竜騎士と、エボルブの竜騎士がまあなのでジョブ
I
が
will
倍に
say
な
a
ると
part
思
of
っ
me
て
is
もらっ
like,
た方が早い
okay,
です。
So, for example, Reborn Mode Dragoon and Evolve Mode Dragoon will have some similarities, but they all also have their own unique actions and own unique rotations.
Wow,
so you can
okay.
now think of it like there are two kinds of dragoons in the game.
Cool. I will admit, as great as this sounds for us, I do worry about what it means for them. Having to manage two versions of the same job when there will soon be 24 jobs in the game, not including limited jobs. They're then having to manage 48 separate playstyles on top of the additional playstyle in PvP of an additional 24. How the hell are they going to do that? They're already underfunded as it is and have little time to work on certain things. Like, this is going to be such a time sink, isn't it?
They will still have things that are actions that overlap.
Okay.
ただし、それぞれ
Curious.
固有のアクションを持っていて、やっぱりローテーションが全然変わるので、違ったタイプの竜騎士が生まれるというふうに思ってください。
I would say they're
but like
criminally
I said,
underfunded.
They also have their own unique actions and their own unique action rotations, making them feel completely different.
なので、まとめるとこういうことですね。
Okay.
リボンモードは、基本的には従来の今まで
About
皆さん
that
が遊ん
budget,
でも
if
変わ
they
りません
came
よ
out and said, by the
と、
way,
基本通りのローテーショ
our
ンを使
budget's
って
been
楽しめ
doubled,
る。
that would be the
So
biggest and
Reborn
best
mode
announcement.
preserves and maintains the actions of
Every
old,
complaint
offering
I've
up an
ever had about
experience
the
that
game
feels familiar,
would be
no
resolved.
different
Okay,
from what you're doing today.
hyperbolic.
エボルブモー
The
ド
majority of the
に関しては
problems I've had with
新しい
14
ジョブのスタイル
could
で
and would be
より個
resolved
性的にロ
if
ーテ
they
ーシ
just had
ョン
more
も
budget.
リボンとは
So,
違いますよという
if Square
新しい
gives them
スタ
some
イル
breathing
だと
room,
思ってください。
And Evolve mode, on the other hand, introduces a completely new way to play, a completely new style with redesigned rotations
get ready,
that better bring out
pre-played, pre-watched.
each job's unique characteristics.
Yoshi P's going to
ちょっと
say,
ま
but
とめて
how are we going to do
みますね
this?
まず
We don't have the
リ
budget.
ボンとエボルブは
Curtain lifts
非
up,
戦闘
Square
中であればい
CEO
つで
walks
も
out.
切り替えていた
Hey
だけます。
guys, it's
All right,
me,
to get into the details, first
Mr.
off,
AI.
players will be able to toggle
I'm here
between
today
the two
to make a
modes at any
declaration
time
that we're
outside of
expanding
battle.
the budget on FF14.
そして当然なんですけど、レベルは共通なので育て直していただく必要もありません。
And job level is shared, so there's no need
Tenfold.
to
Could you
relearn
imagine?
actions for either mode.
装備も共通なのでそのまま使っていただいて大丈夫です。
Gear is also shared, so again, no need to gather new mode-specific gear.
そしてこのエボルブモードが使えるようになるのはジョブ解放された瞬間に、もうエボルブ選択できるよう
Mr.
に
AI
な
is
るので、
crazy, dude. He
ぜ
is.
ひお好みの方で遊んでください。
And Evolve mode
I'm not getting
unlocks
into
when
it,
a
but he
job
is.
is unlocked, so right off the bat, you will be able to choose which mode you want from that point.
もちろんリボンとエボルブどっちでもちゃんとコンテンツがクリアできるように調整は行っ
I
てい
think
きま
this
す。
is great.
And
I
of
want to
course,
see more
all
before I have
content
a,
can be cleared
you know,
with both modes.
have a definitive stance,
ただしで
but
すね、リボンモードが存在するのはここまでの
all
21ジョ
new
ブです。
jobs will only have
But
evolved.
Reborn mode
Okay.
is only available for the existing 21 jobs.
エバーコールドから追加される、
Okay.
新ジョブ2体、またそれ以降に
I-
追加され
again, I
る
think-
ジョブも基本
I
的に
think
はリ
it's
ボンボードを持ってな
crazy
く
that they
て、
do
エ
two
ボルブだけ
jobs
で
every
やっていきま
expansion.
す。
All new jobs introduced from 8.0 on will only have an evolved mode.
See now, I'm already
what's already-
imagining it's like Party Finder will be, you know, come and join us for Savage Clear, only accepting reborn monks, evolved dragoons, and reborn black mages or something. I don't know. Like I'm being pessimistic. I think this is going to be great largely, but I am like, oh, there's going to be someone who's going to figure out like it's to play the job the most effectively. You need to play it in Reborn. Or you got to play it in Evolved.
今ね、皆さんがめっちゃザーザーしてる。ちょっとどっちが強い
Ben,
の
really? Okay, good.
Oh, and so I bet
I-
the question on everybody.
I've never really done bleeding edge stuff. My only memory of it was at the beginning of Dawn Trail. People were apparently being told, we don't want black mages, we want Pictos, so go level a Picto. So that, like, my only real view of that is that people are pretty meta hungry. But if they're not as much anymore, then that's
which
great.
one's stronger, right?
これはちゃんとお伝えしておきますが、エボルブモードの方がほんのちょっと強くなる予定です。
And so due to how the new mode has been designed, I can say that in a general sense, Evolved is probably just a little bit stronger.
We'll see.
まあ、いずれのモードでもコンテンツはちゃんとクリアできるように調整していきますので、お好きなモードでプレイしていただくというのが基本です。
However, like I said earlier, battle content has all been designed to be compatible with both modes and completable with both modes. So ultimately, it comes down to
I wonder if they're going to use this as an
and choose the
opportunity for them to
style
move
that
away
feels
from the
best for you.
2-minute meta as well.
ボスコンテンツ、ボスとのね、バトルしてる時に相性っていうのは出るかもしれませんが、
My eyes
まあ
would
それ
just
もも
sink
ちろん
into my
埋められるように
skull
努力はしていき
when I
ま
looked
す。
at any rotation for
That
any
said,
job.
at first, depending on the boss and their mechanics, there may be some battles that feel better suited to one mode than the other, but and the develop team will do our best to make sure that that difference is as negligible as possible.
さあ、この
I'm seeing a lot of smiley
このリボン
faces.
とエボルブの話をするのはここまでなんですが、
Stop.
おいおい、ちょっと吉田待てよ、もっと詳し
Stop.
く
I shouldn't have looked
なんか
up.
映像とか見せろよっていう声あると思います。
So this is all we have for Reborn and Evolve modes today, but I imagine some of you are like, what the hell, Yoshida? I don't know what's going on. Come on.
今日この後
Yeah, come back
今日
later.
のこの会場でやる開発パネルで実際にエボルブモードの4ジョブ動かして説明します。
So if you want to know more about this new evolved mode, we have an entire development panel planned later today to talk specifically about this, where we're actually going to have a PC on stage and showing the evolved mode in action.
ナイトと
Paladin,
騎士
Dragoon,
詩人
Bard,
ホワイトメイジ
White Mage. We'll be showing all of those.
Cool.
ものすごい開発初期段階でユーザー UI とかすげえ
We'll
デバッグ
watch
表示み
it
たいな
when
やつ出るんで
we're back
なかな
next
か
week
レア
doing
な
point 5.
映像
We'll
も
watch the
見れま
panel
す
at
ん
the
で
start of next
ぜひ
Thursday.
この後開発バトルシステム
Depending on how long it is, but we'll definitely watch that together.
ここで実機を使ってプレゼンテーションしますので
I'll
そち
say
らを
now, it might even happen with Dawn Trail. Something that I want to do more of is finding time to squeeze in individual streams of things like FF14. And something I really enjoyed doing when I was playing through the MSQ was blind learning, extreme fights, doing the occasional savage. I think it would be quite fun to do some of that now, going into the later half of this year. Going into EVERCOLD is still keeping up. We'll probably do one every Thursday, one FF14 stream every Thursday. And yeah, maybe we can do some harder content. And maybe those of you who are a bit apprehensive about trying more difficult content can watch along and maybe find some courage
ご注目ください。
to give it a go
In this
yourselves.
presentation, like we said, we're going to be showing some very early in development type of stuff. So you're going to
I'm
actually
really
there's gonna be
excited for
debug
this.
messages on the screen. So it's actually a good way to kind of see how we develop the game and some of the tools that we use.
I used to raid
we have today
in WoW,
together with
like,
us here in Anaheim
2-3
the
nights a
battle
week,
system designer that helped
2-3
create
hours
this
at a
system.
time.
He is here today, Tamaki-san,
and I
so if
loved
you're
it.
interested in this,
And I've not
you
raided
need to
in
be
an
here to watch
MMO in a
because it's
long
going to be
time.
pretty exciting.
And I'd love to find the ability to take time out of my day and do stuff like that.
さてここからはまだまだちょっとアップデートの話しますよ。
We still have more to go. We're not done.
We're not done.
各種アップデートと
I know some of you are going to be like, Andy, time, don't worry.
していきます。
All right, so we do have some additional updates. We're going to go through these kind of quickly.
まずレベルキャップは100から110になります。
First off, level cap increase from 100
Now
to
we saw.
110.
まあこれ100に到達したからもうちょっとなんか変えるっていう話はしたんですけど、まあ、今回は素直にレベル10上げることにしました。
After hitting 100, there was internal talks about maybe possibility of trying something different, but in the end, it's like, I'll just raise it to 110.
I mean, they've got so much else on their plate with this
サクサ
whole.
クいきましょう。
Next up.
Hold
も
on.
ちろんね、これらのコンテンツも通常通り、
If
減
they
らさずに実装し
updated
ていきます。
The
And of
hunt.
course, we won't be cutting any of this content. All of this is going to be making updates in the upcoming expansion.
ただ、あらゆる方面でやっぱり進化は必要だというふうに感じていて、例えばフェイトは
I think
少し数減
the
らしてでも
hunts,
より
even
ダイ
at
ナミッ
lower
クなものを
levels, like
作
the
って
random
いきたいと思っ
builds,
てますし、
I wish they
モ
were
ブハ
more
ントに
rewarding.
してもフィールド
and did
強化施
more.
策として 8.X シリ
Like
ー
the
ズで
moment
さ
you
らに
hit
強
max
化した
level,
遊びへと、進化さ
maybe
せよう
some
と
of you
今
can
計
prove me
画をして
wrong,
ます
but。I don't think there's
So, but we
ever
also
any point.
recognize that a lot
of
of
running them.
aspects of these things need their own evolution. For example, maybe we have the fates, maybe we reduce the number of fates introduced, but we make those fates introduced larger and more dynamic.
Yes.
As with the hunt as well, it's ready for an evolution of its own
Yes.
to kind of correspond with those updates that we have planned for the public field.
まあもちろんね、
Yes.
トレジャーハントに関しても新しい要素というのを、
Yes.
計
This
画
is
しようとして
music
い
to
ます。
my ears.
And of course, we're planning some new features for treasure hunts as well.
Oh.
それからですね、忘れてはならないダンジョンももちろんたくさんあります。
And of course, we cannot forget our instance dungeons. We'll be introducing several.
Oh, they're
with EVERCOLD.
dungeons, are they?
これらのインスタンスダンジョンもですね、これまでの拡張同様に、数を減らしたりせず、いつも通りの数、ちゃんとたくさん実装していきます。
And again, we're planning on releasing the same amount as we always do with every expansion, so we're not cutting anything.
まあ今、
Okay.
ここにね、表示されているのは、
I'm curious
現在開
where
発中の
top
ダンジョン
left
の
is.
アートワークになってます。
Again, the 4 that you see here, these are currently under development for EVERCOLD.
しかしさ、氷の力に侵食ってどこがだよってね。
Again, you're still looking like, where's the ice? It's supposed to be EVERCOLD. It's not cold.
まあ、どんな仕上がりになってね、どんな冒険とか強敵がいるのか、ぜひちょっとお楽しみに。
Again, what adventures await? You have to wait to find out.
それからもちろん拡張といえばですね、多数の新しい装備とか、新しいクラフトなんかも実装となります。
And again, with new dungeons, we'll also be introducing a lot of new gear and crafting recipes.
Cool.
まあちょっとね、アート紹介しましょう。
I brought some artwork to show you. These.
まあまあ、どのアートがね、どのジョブなのか、皆さんなんとなく
I
わ
am
かりますよね。
whelmed.
I'm guessing you can kind of already tell which gear goes with which job. Mm-hmm.
I'm less whelmed. I'm overwhelmed now. That's better. That's better. Okay, now we're cooking.
侍すごいね。
That's pretty cool.
Those first 3, not to throw shade, but I feel like there's a lot of similar armor sets, to put it lightly.
まあもちろんね、ギャザラーとかクラフターも進行中
And I
です。
don't know
And
how
we haven't
they
forgotten our crafters and gatherers.
how
as
they
well.
deviate from that.
まあもちろん、新しいエクスパンションとなればね、当然新しい敵とかも出てきます。
And of course, you know, with new expansion comes new enemies.
まあまあ、
Oh,
ほんと今回は、
Okay.
さらっとちょっとだけですけど、まあボスもですね、めちゃくちゃこれまで以上に多彩にご用意してます。
Again, we can only show you a
I'm gonna guess this is called Hearty.
little bit, but we can tell you that the designs and the gimmicks and the mechanics that we have for our upcoming bosses are going to be pretty amazing.
まあシナリオにね、関わるので、
I like
今日はね、
both
ほん
of
と
those
ごく一部しか
designs
お見せできないんですけ
a
ど
lot.
ごめんなさい。
Again, a lot of these are linked directly to the main scenario, so showing too much would be spoilers. So again, you're going to have to kind of, this is going to have to be enough for you.
Sure.
そしてもちろんこれまで通り今日ね3段階になりますよっ
I
て
think it
発表
needs
しま
more
したけど
swords.
8人レイドというのも、
Traz.
順調に
Drunk
開
out of
発進んでます
happiness, I hope.
And again, we cannot forget our 8-player raid series. Again, we talked about how there's going to be a new difficulty level.
じゃあ
Are they
おい
gonna
おい吉田
tease
8人
maybe
レイ
like
ド
the vibe?
何がテーマなんだよ
That would
Yeah,
probably
what's the
spoil a
theme?
little something. Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry.
まあ欧州ファンフェスで これは理由があるんで、欧州ファンフェスでドドーンと発表予定ですので、ぜひお楽しみに。
Again, this is we're going to tell you more in Berlin. There's a reason for this that, again, we can't tell you now, but you'll know once we tell you in Berlin.
Okay, sure.
そしてもちろんね、バトルコンテンツ好き、Zシリーズ、こちらも継続してやっていきます。
And of course, there will be new ultimate raids as well. What about this ultimate raid? 7.5. 7.5 ultimate raid? What?
What? 今日この後話すか
Later? You promise?
Okay.
Okay. Promise.
Aw,
まあ、
that's so cute.
ボスもね、もちろん楽しみだとは思いますが、さっきね、お知らせした、エボルブモードで挑む際には、これまでのね、バトルの感覚とまた全然違うと思うので、そのあたりも含めてですね、今後もまた
The wolf did have chains around it, almost like we're
Again, with
just
this new
broken it
content,
loose, by the
we
way.
can't wait to see how players
It had a
approach this
shackle around
content
its
with the newly
anklet.
introduced evolve modes.
そして
So I wonder
も
if
ち
we
ろん
break it
PVP
free.
のコンテンツ、引き続き力も入れて、いろいろな計画が今進行中なので、こちらまとまり次第またお
I
知
think
ら
there's a
せしていこうと思います
And of course, we have not forgotten
Skull
PvP.
and
We have
Hearty
several different
and the
interesting
moon,
plans for
chasing the
PvP as
moon.
well. All of them currently in development.
So maybe we
そして続いてはこちら
are the harbingers of Fimbulwinter,
でこれ
Ragnarok.
8.0 ではこのコンテンツサポーターシステムにも、進化をちょっと予定してます。
Okay, we also have
Halmarut
some plans
leads
for
us
our
into a
duty
trap.
support system coming in 8.0.
Who
これまで
knows?
皆さ
Got
んか
no
ら
idea at the minute.
2人で ID に突入したいみたいな多くのリクエストっていうのをいただいてます。
So a lot of players have been clamoring for an option to enter dungeons in pairs.
Halmarut as Loki?
それをカバーできるような、アップデートをちょっと今予定してます。
And we're hard at work seeing if we can implement some of those moving forward. You really
これね、これを今作ってるの。
Imagine
We're in the
flying
middle of
halfway around the
making it. We
world
can't
to go to
tell you
NA
yet. Okay, but we'll
Fanfest,
have
and everyone
more
just
about it in
keeps
July.
saying, see you in Berlin.
Okay.
ごめんなさい。
And you're not going to
まあで
Berlin?
も近々ね、それが対応されるというふうに思っておいてください。
So yes, changes are coming very soon.
Good.
さあ、では続いて、
Oh.
Please be in universe.
エバーコールドに
I'm
ももちろ
begging
ん
you to keep it in
アライアン
universe.
スレイドが、まあ、シリーズとして実
It
装
makes
されることになります。
And of course,
Near.
with 8.0, we're going to
Then we
have
have gods.
a new alliance raid. Of
Then we
course.
did FF11.
さっきね、アライアンスレイド、その仕組み自体にも大きな進化があるというふうにお伝えしてきました。
And so I mentioned earlier in the keynote that we're looking to evolve alliance raids.
Oh.
それだけじゃなくてですね、じゃあどんなテーマのアライアンスレイドになるのかというのについても驚いていただけると思ってます。
But I reckon the big question on everyone's mind is, what is the theme of the next raid series?
では、目も耳もぜひ注目してご覧いただ
Well,
き
they
たいです。
can't
So
answer it, can
without
they?
further ado, open your eyes and ears for this.
That actually... Oh, it's going to be a tie-in. Judging by the reaction from the crowd...
というわけで、新たな8.0から8.1からか始まる アライアンス
It's
レ
a
イド
big
は
deal.
まあ
People
世
are
界中
hyped.
誰もが知っている日本が誇るアニメーション作品群エヴァンゲリオンとの最大火力でのクロスオーバーとなります
Sorry,
I'm
buddy.
excited
You might just
to
be an
announce
outlier.
our
I am.
explosive new crossover with the
I don't
world-renowned
mind. I
Japanese
don't mind.
animated series, Evangelion.
I know Evangelion is huge and people are big fans of it, and I'm not going to be a Debbie Downer. I'm excited for people. Would I have liked it to have been in universe instead? Yeah. But, I mean, look how happy everybody is. Look how happy most of you are. Here's the thing, right? I was once an avid Magic the Gathering player. And in recent years, they've done more and more tie-in set releases with, you know, pop culture juggernauts. Most recently, they did a collaboration with Final Fantasy, right? And a lot of people who played Magic have, you know, sort of said, I don't want this. I keep it in universe. I want more story and lore set in the universe of Magic. Stop bringing in these other properties. But ultimately, it's a positive because it brings new players in. So even though I might be a bit like, oh, I wish it was in universe, like the amount of people that this will probably pull into Final Fantasy XIV because they're going to go, wait a second, Evangelion? Final Fantasy? I've got to play Final Fantasy now. And then they'll log into the website and it will say, oh, in order to do the Evangelion raids, level to 110, complete, what is it? EVERCOLD's MSQ. Oh no, buy EVERCOLD, complete EVERCOLD MSQ, queue for the raid. You know what I mean? Like, good luck. So yeah, I think by and large, it's probably a good thing. I've never seen Evangelion, so I'm happy people are happy. So, what is Evangelion about out of curiosity? Mecha stuff? I kind of like mechs and shit, so. Depression?
このアライアンスレイドシリーズ
Depression? You're really selling me on it. Depression. Okay. Mechs and depression. Now we're talking.
まだ課題ではありますが
Now we're talking.
Ghosts of Desire というタイトルになってます
The tentative title we have that we're currently using for the upcoming series of raids is Ghosts of Desire.
まあもちろんね、
Okay.
1回の単体レイドではなくて複数回にわたるシリーズでお届けいたします
And you heard me correctly. I said series of raids. So this isn't a one-off. This collaboration will span all multiple tiers.
Sure.
今回はですね株式会社
What do you guys think? Should we, and by we, I mean, should I watch Evangelion? Or should I do this first? And give you guys my own... yes, absolutely. Not worth your time. Definitely watch. Yes, watch. Yes, watch. It's very influential. Definitely watch it. Evangelion on stream. If I could, I would. The whole show is only 9.3 hours long. We can... Okay.
カラーさんが完全監修我々スクエアエニックスがコンテンツを制
I
作という
know nothing about it other than
お届
mechs
けして
and
まいり
depression.
ます
So
So for this exclusive content, Square Enix will
Ping, Kyle,
be
and Garrett,
developing
they're
the content,
salivating.
while the producer of Evangelion,
I know,
will be fully supervising.
didn't they use like an Evangelion thing in one of their thumbnails? I remember Garrett was extra proud of it. I think it was like their Dawn Trail video.
That development.
まあ僕自身がすいません相当に濃いエヴァンゲリオンオタクなのでプレッシャーが相当高いんですけど、驚きと面白さ、
They're super hyped
最大
about
に
it.
詰まったコンテンツとしてお届けしていくつもりです。
So many of you know already that I am a massive
That's it, Luke.
Evangelion otaku.
It's cool, isn't it?
So I reckon your expectations are going to be through the roof, but I'm more than confident that we can bring you something that will both surprise and entertain.
I'm ready to be, you know, surprised and excited. because again, I have no attachment to Evangelion, and yeah, I would have liked it to have been in universe and had like this awesome raid set on the 4th. I think partially because don't hurt me, I didn't care for the Nier raid at all, and I would have much rather had seen like a Ronkin Empire Alliance raid during Shadowbringers. So knowing we were going to another Reflection, I was like, oh shit, we're gonna be able to do like this really cool Alliance raid on another Reflection, and okay, I will go into it with an open mind.
Nervous?
You guys are excited. The crowd's excited. Yoshi P is excited. I will be excited.
新たなデザイン、それから新たなアートワーク、モデリング、いろいろ進行中ですので、今後のファンフェスでも続報を順次お届けしていこうと思います。
So we're currently right in the middle of creating new designs, artwork, working on modeling, and much, much more. And I hope to have even more to reveal to you.
Do you reckon one of the armor sets is just going to be like mecha pilot suits? Like tight neon lycra mecha suit pilot suit things? I hope.
We are honored and excited to bring Evangelion, now nearing its 30th anniversary, into the world of Final Fantasy XIV, and cannot wait for you all to experience this crossover and the unforgettable story we have planned.
So many cat girls in plug suits. We will get at least one plug suit. Plug suit sounds like the kind of thing that I'd buy on the dark web. I don't want to ask any more questions.
So that's been a lot to take in. Is everybody pumped for EVERCOLD now?
Oh, I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped.
But before we wrap up the keynote, we have more.
ちょっとだけ動作環境のお知らせさせてください。
Just give us a little, just a little one, a small one.
まず 8.0 エヴァコールド動作環境に変更はありません。
So the good news is we won't be making any big changes to the system requirements.
I will watch Evangelion. I promise you.
However,
一つだけお願いがあります。
We have one request.
長らくですね、我々を支えて、世界中のたくさんのゲーマーに対して、たくさんのゲームをね、ほんとプレイさせてくれた。
Stop being poor. Go buy a better graphics card. If you got tickets to come to Fanfest, you can buy a new graphics card.
Users all around the globe.
今言った通り、
Yoshi B goes rogue off script.
PlayStation 4も大丈夫です。
So we've worked hard over the past few years to make sure 14 runs smoothly, and we can assure you that it will still run smoothly, 8.0 will run smoothly on the PlayStation 4 as well.
ただし、
However,
システム的な容量、データサイズの限界が近づいてきてます。
The problem is as Final Fantasy XIV continues to grow, we're quickly approaching the data limit of PlayStation 4's system capacity.
これまではですね、
Are they going to say this is it? Beginning a PS5 for 9.0?
で実はファイナルファンタジー14だけむちゃくちゃ容量の限界を突破してなんとかサポートをしていただいたんですが、もう無理だと。物理的にごめんなさい。制御できるハードディスクの容量サイズを14が超えようとしてしまってます。
Isn't the PS5 like 6 years old now?
With Sony's wonderful engineers has allowed us to limit break a few more times than we thought even possible. It will soon be impossible to physically contain all of Final Fantasy XIV on the PlayStation 4 hard drive.
なので、おそらくパッチ 8.3 ぐらいまでは大丈夫です。今計算したところ。
So we currently believe that we're probably going to be okay up until about 8.3.
なので、あと2年ぐらいかけて、PlayStation 5へ少しずつお金を貯めて移行してもらえると、準備をぜひね、そろそろしてもらえると。
Rogue Fire, I heard, yeah.
So, if you're
apparently
still
the
playing on the PlayStation 4,
is going up by £100
to save up for a PlayStation
because of
5.
all of the
でまあ
Computer
繰り
part
返しなんですけど
price hikes due to
8.0 では大丈夫
AI
な
and
の
what have
で
you.
今すぐというわけではありません
And like I said,
Shortages in
we're all
processors and
already
so
going to
on.
be okay for 8.0, so you don't have to get it now.
というわけで以上お知らせでした
But yeah,
Yeah.
that's all we have for system updates.
さああれようやく終わりかなと思いきやすい
Wimpy
ませんまだ
IC.
続きます
Yeah, you thought we were done, huh? No.
ここからはですねエバーコールドへと続いていくまあパッチ 7.5X シリーズがあるのでちょっとざっとねそれも紹介させてください
Again, while we're finished talking about EVERCOLD, before EVERCOLD, we have the 7.5X series.
Okay.
まず新たなリミテッドジョブ魔術界がやってきます
The biggest
I
update
am
being the launch of our
super
second limited
excited
job,
for Beastmaster.
Beastmaster.
こちらはですねパ
Oh,
ッ
that
チ
must be out now, 'cause
7.56 で
0.5's
リリース予定です
And this will be coming patch 7.56.
まあ先日のね PLL でもお伝えしましたがまあ魔術魔物たちをね
7.56.
従える遊びとか
So like I talked about in the latest producer or letter from the producer live, Beastmaster is all about taming creatures.
We're gonna get that what, like a month
それら
before
のね魔
they
術たちとコンビネー
release
ションで
EVERCOLD.
自身のアクションローテーションが変わる
Oh
ね
my
新
god.
しいバトルとか
And then you fight with them in battle, employing unique battle action rotations that changes based on your pet.
さらにはやり込み要素満載の専用コンテンツなど用意してますので、ぜひこちら楽しみにしててください。
And we've got a lot of job-specific content ready for you to sink your teeth into, so please look forward to it.
そしてまだまだあります。
Oh, the Kefka one. I heard they've abbreviated this Kefka Ultimate to UMAD, and I think that alone
Okay, I'm sorry
makes
for the
me
wait.
want to
Like
run
I
it.
promised, it's time to reveal the next
You
ultimate
mad.
raid. Check it out.
Like, that is incredible. You mad? It's so good. It's so on brand. This is going to sound kind of mean, but I can't look at Kefka without imagining a superimposed Garrett face.
それ以外のものなどカスだカス以下だカス以下のゲソだ
I've had nightmares about their FF6 thumbnails.
This is meant to be our ultimate encounter.
Who are the top raiding guilds in FF14? I'll watch them do it from the comfort of my couch. Lucrezia.
さあ、今回の絶シリーズその名もコンテンツ名日本語タイトルは絶妖精乱舞です。
That's right. Our next ultimate raid is Dancing Mad.
Yeah, when is the race? Are they about to tell us when the date
次元
is
の
for
狭
when they're
間オメ
releasing
ガと
it?
いうレイドシリーズでですね。
7.57
オメガによって生み出された14の世界に生み出された存在であるケフカ。
Yes, it looks like Omega's latest creation from the interdimensional rift is none other than Kefka.
そのケフカをテーマにですね。
June
壮大な
2nd.
ケフカをテーマに壮大なバトルコンテンツに
Yeah,
仕上げまし
Frosty
た。
normally
Again, we
does
have
them,
prepared
doesn't
an
he?
epic
Yeah,
battle
cool.
that's based all around Kefka.
で、ほら、今の動画ね。いや別にサベージとあんま変わんないんじゃないって
And so some of you may
August,
have
I
been
don't know,
watching this
I'm-
and thinking, that doesn't look that much different from Savage.
Kind of stuck at the minute.
この悪そうな顔を見てよ。
Look at his face. Does that look like a face that would make it easier than Savage?
まあ相当すごいです。正直ネタバレしたくないので抑えたん
Clive,
で
stop.
むちゃくちゃ面白く仕上がりましたんで
So yes, it's going to be a crazy battle. We didn't want to release too much here because it would spoil the whole battle, but believe me, it's going to be epic.
で今回ですねスペシャルゲストとして、そもそも FF6 でケフカ生み出した 野村哲也さんにもアーティストとして参加していただいてます。
And we even got the original designer of the FF6 Kefka, Nomura Tetsuya, to help with the design of this in-game character.
Wow, that's cool.
それからですね、今回のケフカ、めちゃめちゃボイスがあります。めちゃめちゃ喋ります。
And as you could hear in the video, Kefka is pretty
Actually,
chatty
yeah, go
during this
for it.
battle.
What is it? I'm all ears.
テツさんにはですね、そのボイス収録もめちゃめちゃフォローしていただきましたんで、この場を借りてお礼申し上げます。テツさんありがとうございました。
And again, Tetsuya Nomura-san also helped a lot supervise this voice recording as well. So he was very involved in the creation this time, and we thank him for his participation.
はい。こちらのですね、絶予選乱舞、パッチ 7.51 でいよいよリリースとなります。
And the release of this ultimate Dancing Mad will be coming in patch 7.5.1.
Yeah. まあ、やってやるぜっていう方どれぐらいいますか？
Who's ready to battle Kefka?
All party-wide damage increasing buffs are gone. The 2-minute meta is dead.
まあ、もちろん攻略する方の中
I
で
kind of gleaned the latter from everyone's smiley
プレイする
faces
方もい
earlier.
ると思うんですけど、コンテンツにチャレンジしない方、
That makes
ぜひ
me
ですね、
even more
配信も見
interested
てください。
in
多分ね、
trying
めちゃめちゃ盛り上がると思うんで。
And again, I know a lot of
a
you will
higher
be playing, but a lot of you
skill
maybe
ceiling
won't be
raid
playing.
environment.
But we recommend to those people who are not going to be playing the content
Like the
to watch
2-minute
it on streams
window.
because it is very, very interesting.
I just, it just did not excite me at all.
楽しみにお待ちください。
Learning
So
it.
please look forward to patch
just no.
7.51.
そして 7.5X で、今までですね、スケジュールがやっぱり数ヶ月遅れていた、中国版。中国版はいよいよグローバル同期をパッチ 7.4 でできたんですけど、それに続いてですね、韓国版もグローバル版と同じスケジュールになります。本当は韓国非課線の皆さん、大変お待たせしました。
Again, our next
So for
announcement
those
is
of you who
specifically
do
for our fans
savage
in Korea.
raiding and
Soon we'll be
extremes,
completing our
how
patch release
big
schedule
is it
synchronization
that the
for our global
2-minute
and Korean
meta
versions
is
very soon. We
disappearing?
already finished
For
the
me,
synchronization
as a,
with the Chinese and
know,
global versions back in 7.4, and now it's time for our
relative
Korean
casual in that I don't do savage raiding. Huge, massive, huge. It's bringing me back after a year and a half away.
Again, with that synchronization that we had with the Chinese version and the global versions back in 7.4, we saw a specially heated race to world first.
Contain bio. That's all on the free trial. I don't know if you're still on it. I'm going to guess not.
Again, we're excited to see what our Korean fans can bring with this new update.
He nearly said our furry fans. Did you hear that? Hold on.
版プレイヤーの皆さんにも本当ね大変お待たせしたんですけど、ぜひぜひ楽しんでください。
Again, we're excited to see what our
Hear that?
To see what our Korean fans can bring with this
Korean fans.
New update.
そして次のお知
What
ら
are
せ
you
は
trying
こ
to
ち
say
ら。
about
Right, and our
Korea?
next announcement.
Huh? They've got stats. They'll play Hrothgar.
範囲拡大のお知らせです。
Have you heard that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has its own free trial?
Is that wallpaper on the right downloadable? That is incredible.
来週リリースされるパッチ 7.5 からフリートライアルの範囲が拡大されて、漆黒のヴィランズを含むパッチ 5.5 までプレイ可能となります。
Zanello,
And
awesome.
so, with the release of patch 7.5 next week, we're going to be updating the free trial to go all the way through patch 5.5 in Shadowbringers content.
Wow.
ぜひですね、
Isn't it crazy
これを
that
機
you
会に
can
お
play
友達
all
と
of
か
that
ご
for
家族
free?
とかお誘いいただけますと幸いです。
That
If you
is
have a friend or loved one looking to get into Final Fantasy XIV,
genuinely
now could be a
mad.
better time.
That is
Please.
crazy. Because to me, I do think Shadowbringers is the
さあ
best
じゃあちょっ
expansion.
と、まだまだですね、パ
And
ッ
you
チ
can play it without
7.5X には
spending.
すいません、未発表のコンテンツも実はあるんですけど、それはちょっとまた別の機会に移るとして、
That is
スケジュールと
genuinely
代表的な実装内容を確認しておきましょう。
All right, and there is even more content coming in the 7.5X series that we haven't even talked about yet, but there'll be
There
time to talk
is
about that in the
inevitable
next few
choice.
weeks. So for now, I want to show you the patch release schedule.
I
for
don't
some
think it's
major
too
content
egregious.
Release milestones.
まず今、北米のファンフェスありますね。
Okay, so we start off with Anaheim right there at the beginning.
まずは週明け、パッチ 7.5 が来週火曜日に実装となりま
And
す。
was 2
then
days
next
ago.
Tuesday, we have the release of patch 7.5.
実装されるコンテンツはこんな感じですね。
And here's what's coming with 7.5.
はい。で、これ以降も、続々とマイナーパッチでコンテンツが実装されていきます。
And continuing on from here, we're going to continue on with minor updates.
次。
I will say, I know a few people are debating whether or not they should, whether they can, how good they feel paying a subscription for a video game. You can get a reduced cost subscription
And during this time, Cosmic
for only
Exploration,
having
new
one
custom deliveries, and
character
of
on your
course,
account. I
guessing
think
that
I
will be
pay
coming in that
£7 a
7.5
month for FF14. If you view the subscription as a chunk, so as an example, if you want to pay it in a
For those of you
3-month
that are gonna be
chunk,
tackling Kefka on this day,
£21
start
to play a game for
training,
3
preparing
months
right now.
is as
Hydrating.
expensive as FF14 is an
その後ですね、
insane
欧州
deal.
のファンフェスがありま
The
す。
amount of
And then
time
we
you'll
have
get
our
on that.
fan festival in Berlin.
8 characters per account, but 1 per server. Yes, sorry.
26ドイツベルリンで開催となりま
And
す。
that's Saturday, the 25th.
Who wants to
of
be a
July and
gillionaire?
Sunday, the 26th of July.
さあ、その後、パッチ 7.55 がやってきます。
And then right after that, we have patch 7.55.
But no, it's
こちらで欧州ファンフェスの直後
Obo
ですね
player, when you go to there's 2 versions, normal and
ファン
entry.
トムウェポンやってま
I'm
いり
on
ま
the
す。
entry
And then with 7.55,
entry level
we have
sub.
Hildebrand, Occult Crescent, and
Oh, if you've got
Phantom
9
Seven.
retainers, that's
そして7.56
sorry. I can't help you with that. I
And then
can't help you with that.
7.56 comes.
メインクエストパート2と魔術使いが
If you're not caught up with the
Main scenario
MSQ,
quest parts 2, as well as
that
the
furry
launch of
thing on the
Beastmaster.
left is Tataru.
でその後日本のファンフェスがございます
And then we have the Tokyo Fan Fest.
こちらが10月31日11月1日ですね
And then October 31st and November
Having
1st
like one of
2026.
these ancients as like imagine having them sat on your shelf as bookends. That'd be sick. Merch idea.
というわけでですね
Take it or leave it
ファン
square.
フェスの新情報のみならずメインシナリオのアップデートとかさまざまなコンテンツもどんどん順次つながっていくよう
Wow,
に
spoiler.
リリースされますのでぜひ 8.0 までの間じっくりいろんなコンテンツを楽しんで
VMAC, well done, well done.
思います
And then we've got a lot in store for you this year. Have you seen?
I
And
did
we'll
drama
provide
lock
updates
now,
as we get
yeah.
closer to 8.0's launch through
I knew
fan
about
fests
it prior to
and
me
PLLs,
knowing who
so
the
hop on
squirrel
and
was,
enjoy
though.
the ride to EVERCOLD.
And chat was like, "Oh, when you see the character, you'll know who he was gonna cosplay as." And yeah, it hit me pretty quickly. I was like, oh, okay.
ファイナルファンタジー14
I know who you're talking
8.0
about.
エヴァーコールド白銀のワンダラーは2027年1月発売予定ですどうぞお楽しみに
And that is it. Really, EVERCOLD 8.0 coming January 2027.
Wow. I don't know about you guys. I'm excited. Very, very excited.
めちゃくちゃに濃くなった基調講演ですが皆様いかがだったでしょうか
So, how was the keynote? Lots of exciting
Yeah,
stuff,
it was
right?
okay, apart from the Evangelion bit. Oh, that kind of sucked. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not. I'm taken to the forums and airing my complaints. Evangelion? Come on, guys. What's going on here? There's still more? Wait, there's more? Oh, for... They said it was on... Oh, guys! They said it was over. They said it was over.
僕の、ファンフェスアナハイムは半分ぐらい終わりました
Hey, so with this, half of my work is done at the fan festival.
just skip a little bit? But how much is a little bit?
もう山場に来たので、この人にちょっとご登壇いただいて、皆様に、桐生
Is that Mr. Feckin' AI?
はい、ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。さあ、それでは、桐生さん、全世界の光の戦士と、会場で集まってくれてる北米の光の戦士の皆さんに、簡単にまずご挨拶お願いします。
I swear to God, if he announces they're increasing their budget, I'm just gonna end stream and you'll see me tomorrow.
All you warriors of light here in Anaheim.
There's no way.
Everyone watching from home. Thank you so much for joining us the Fan Festival. I've been looking for seeing all of you in person, so I'm really, really excited. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
いや、桐生さん本当に、めちゃめちゃお忙しいんですよ。14のために皆さんにぜひどうしても直接ご挨拶したいということで来てくださいました。
I mean, you have here pretty much the busiest man at Square Enix, but he took time out of his schedule because he wanted to be here with you today in Anaheim.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
あんまりね、言っていいのかどうかわかりませんけど、この人、株主総会とか、いろいろすごい大変なところでこうやってスピーチしてるんですけど、どうですか、この、もうね、1万に届こうかという光の戦士の前でスピーチする気持ちとかちょっと感想などあれば。
So, Kiryu-san, I mean, you have to give a lot of tough talks in front of like shareholders and investors. But today, you're in front of 10,000 warriors of light. How does it feel?
とにかくですね、人が多いです。
So many people out there. Wow.
そして火力がすごい。
And I mean, your power is amazing.
Are you ready to go to the next level with me, guys?
やっぱ盛り上がってくれて嬉しいですね。
I love it.
We're about to evolve in a big way.
I'm blown away.
でも吉田さん、こんなにたくさん多くの火力を体に受けて、
My power is on
全然緊張したり大丈夫
display.
なんですか？
So, Yoshida-san.
Look at the mass
Oh, I mean,
exodus.
Sorry.
you receive all this power from the players. Aren't you like? Are you feeling it? How
I
do you
tried-
like it?
I tried to do what they did, and you guys said, ass back in your seat, Mr. Streamer Man. And now I'm sat here watching him waffle on.
いや、緊張してますよ。緊張してますよ。ほら、ほら。
Nervous?
He
No,
better
we're
say
very nervous.
something big.
でもそろそろほら、ちゃんと発表に行かな
Like
いと緊
he
張してばっかり
stares
だと
down the barrel of the
I think
camera
we
and
should
says, hey,
cut the nervousness
NDD20,
and we need to
you're coming
pick
to
ourselves
Berlin.
up and go on with the announcements.
It's the only reason
はい、
I'd
というわけ
warrant
でですね
staying here.
ここで、私の方から、もう一つ、皆さんにお知らせをさせていただきたいというふうに思います。
So yes, I would like to make an announcement to everybody here.
Oh.
Please.
Oh. This is it?
そうなんです。本当に本当に長らくお待たせいたしました。いよいよ、ファイナルファンタジー14、任天堂スイッチ2
You
で
made
お楽
me
しみ
stay.
いただきます。
Thank you so much for your patience. It's been a long time coming.
It's
but we are
after
finally
this. Okay.
So happy to announce you will be able to play Final Fantasy XIV online on the Nintendo
All right,
Switch
there's more.
too.
All right, I'm ready. I'm ready.
はい、桐生さん発表ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for
You
that
may
announcement,
skip and
Kiryu-san.
speed a little. Okay. Oh my god. Wow. Oh? Sexual themes, partial nudity? Nope. That was fun. Sorry. I know. Sorry. Where were we? We were here.
ありがとうございます。この場を借りて。
And
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
And
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
And
The patch 7.5 workload that I had to handle was a lot.
What? What?
This bit.
What? What?
俺たちマジで今
Too
回は
far?
やばかった。So, are you ready, excited for them?
Is this it?
That's good to hear. Anyway, when we first started work on EVERCOLD, Yoshi P approached me.
ここで、この壇上でですね、リアルタイムにスイッチ2でデモをしたいと言ったところですね、任天堂の本当たくさんの方々にめちゃくちゃ多くのご協力をいただきました。本当にこの場を借りてお礼申し上げます。
You said to go back! You said to go back. You said after...
ありがとうございました。
A week ago, I had this great idea to play the Switch.
一をお願いしたいと思います。
Here we go.
皆さんよろしくお願いします。
Before we end today, Kiryu-san has a special message for all of you, so we'd like
Okay,
to hand the
guys,
floor over to
this
Kiryu-san.
better be big.
Okay, thank you so much for the
Guys, I renounce my ways. AI is the devil. I believe in hard-fought labor, human-made games. Everyone in the audience gets a graphics card.
introduction, Yoshi and Coach-san.
Like proper
And, from
Oprah
now
moment.
on, I will deliver my message in English.
Oh.
Thank you.
I hate AI.
We announced so many things today, including the latest expansion ever called Evangelion crossover and the Nintendo Switch 2's launch. So, are you ready, excited for them?
Yes.
Woo. That's good to
I want that as my
hear.
new follow alert.
Anyway, when we first started work on EVERCOLD, Yoshi P approached me for a quick consultation.
Give me more money.
Which I soon
Come on.
learned was more of an impassioned demand. He told me, looking ahead to the next 10 years, you have to let our team limit break so we can accomplish even bigger and better things.
Okay.
That way, we can make a game that will not only appeal to, but amaze current, returning, and future warriors of light for years to come.
Okay. So he said, "Give us more money, but in an FF
And then
branded way."
he went on to describe what those bigger and better things were, and then he was finished. I was speechless. And going back to my room, I thought to myself, is it even possible to ever go that big? But to the team's credit, they've definitely gone big so far. And what we've shared with you today
The timing is great.
only the beginning. Yoshi P and the team will continue to challenge themselves leading up to EVERCOLD's launch and well after that. Why? So he and they can shatter your expectations. On that note,
Okay.
are you ready to join Yoshi and his team?
Okay.
Are you join us?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I promise, as both the CEO of Square Enix and a fellow warrior of light like you, that I will give them all the support that they need to make epic adventures.
Okay.
Thank you
the
very
proof
much.
will be in the pudding, right? Like, I take that as...
Now, please enjoy the rest of Fan.
Yeah, we will. I mean, listen, I am actually a pessimist at heart. Surprise. I hope there's substance to that. I mean, CEO's always going to say what sounds good to make the players happy, not to be too dramatic. But you know, I hope so. I hope that is, you know, things are going to come. And we will be able to tell when we get to EVERCOLD and what happens beyond that. I'm happy. I'm pretty happy with that. That's better than what, you know, what otherwise could have happened. I just love the idea that Yoshi P walked into this guy's office and basically, you know, put his fists on his table and said, "Listen, I'm gonna limit break all over this room if you don't give me money for my team." And he was like, "I've never seen someone go that big before, but I think he can go bigger." And then he gave them more money. So that's what I heard. I'm kind of delirious. I need a drink. I've not stood up in 5 hours. So, but I'm yeah, good on you, Yoshi P. I'm super happy for you, man. Anyway, I'm gonna limit break. Let's go. No, that sounds about right. Oddly sexual. Pretty accurate. TY for staying. It's my pleasure. Guys, EVERCOLD. Yep. Yep. I'm excited. That's yeah. I'm very excited. Evangelion. I don't know how. I'd love to try and include you guys for the journey on that. Maybe like a Patreon thing. I don't know. Because I can't really stream me watching Evangelion. Sorry. But yeah. If they're short episodes, which I'm guessing they are, because Evangelion episode length 23 to 24 minutes. Now we're talking. I can handle that. I can handle a few of those. Yeah, sure. First time watcher, we're Evangeli. Oh dear. Sure. Aranda, we definitely will. I would watch them now, but it's nearly 7 o'clock. And I've not eaten in, well, a long time. And I've not had a drink in a long time. I came up here with this, and I finished those about 3 hours ago. So, yeah. If you know Marco Meatball, I do. He fell in love with it. Oh, did he watch Evangelion recently? And he loved it? Cool. Okay. I'm sorry, but I'm a bit hard out if FF14 devs are forced to use any AI. I don't think they are yet. We'll have to wait and see. When's NDX Marco? Should I slide into his DMs? Hey, Marco. Tell me about Evangelion. But no, seriously, jokes aside, I know I need to be going, but I do want to say this. The direction they're going in with EVERCOLD, to me, is... And again, to preface this, a week ago I said, I hope that the new expansion doesn't take us to a new reflection. I hope we stay on Aetheris a little bit longer. After having watched everything today, am incredibly happy with the direction it's going in. And I think it hinges on something I mentioned earlier, and that is when they're dealing with another reflection, they're not bound by the design the design codes that they have to adhere to for anything that's based on Aetheris. They can throw anything and everything at the wall to see what sticks and run with it. They can get creative. They can think outside of the box. They can be bombastic. They can be explorative. And I think we saw that in abundance in the conceptual artwork they've already created. We've seen it even in like the design for the jobs, right? Like them doing this whole new evolved scheme, it just feels like they're taking risks everywhere. But like, what's the right word to use here? Calculated risks. Not something that's gonna lead them to bankruptcy and have everyone, you know, throwing their toys at the pram, but risks that I think excite the entire player base. Evolved risks, yeah. I really, really, really enjoyed that. EVERCOLD is looking really exciting. I'm looking forward to next week. We're going to be doing 7.5. So, and we will crit, don't worry, we will. So next week we'll be doing 7.5, and maybe that will then give us an indication as to how exactly we come to be on the 4th. At the moment, my only guess is Halmarut comes from the 4th. Maybe she has some ties to the 4th. Clearly, whatever is happening there with the ice seeping in is, again, a byproduct of what had happened with Hydaelyn no longer being there. The will of the star is gone, and now natural disasters are running amok on these remaining reflections, as we're now seeing on the 4th. Because that seemingly transpired chronologically after the fall of Hydaelyn. Because we see all of the different cinematics play before we go to the 4th. So, yeah, I am super hyped. Super hyped. But yeah, thank you all very much for watching. Again, I'm desperate to go and eat and drink. So, next Thursday, 7.5, and hopefully every Thursday for at least the next few weeks, we will be streaming Final Fantasy XIV. Next week, 7.5. The week after that, Arcadian. Maybe the week after that, Alliance Raid. Who knows? I don't know, but we're gonna be doing that. Not watching the dev panel? Yes. As well as, sorry, I did say earlier, I should have stated it again. Yeah, don't worry, we'll watch the dev panel. Check your DMs, crit this. This better be worth my time. What have you sent me? Okay, that was worth it. Yeah, oh man, that felt good. That feels good. I feel like a dog chewing a toy, and every time I chew the toy, it oh, yeah. That's a satisfying feeling. Anyway, guys, I love and adore you. I will see you tomorrow. We're doing some... by the way, belatedly, if anyone subbed or gift subbed or whatever, I'll have to thank you tomorrow if that's okay, or next Thursday if that's okay, just because I'm monumentally late and I'm so starving. So I'll chat with you all on next Thursday for more 14 stuff. Tomorrow we're doing some Warframe. Be here for that. It'll be nice and chill. And yeah, thank you all very much for hanging out. Very excited for EVERCOLD. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. I'm looking forward to doing some more theory crafting with you all. Odin? Norse mythology? Muspelheim? What's happening here? What's going on? Who's messaging me in game? I'm trying to go offline. I do need to give you... I can't do FC actions. Oh, before I go, look at this. Look at this. So look, I was elected Endy. August made me the Endy rank again. August then demanded I give him a rank. So I've made him his own rank, and it's called Newbie Booby. And there's only one member in the entire guild called Newbie Booby, and it's August. Yeah. And now he's DMing me asking for me to reinstate his old rank. It's not happening.